Okay, thanks there. Thanks there, Cool Kev, telling me that I'm not only am I a schmuck because my hair sucks, but I didn't have any audio. So hopefully you're hearing it now. Let me know, because you'll let me know. Hey, schmuck, you don't have audio on. But thank you, Kev. See, I don't need producers. I got you guys. You're my producers. Loud and clear. Thanks, Asylum. Yep, DJ. DJ, it's been so long since I've seen you. It's been a good, 3 minutes? Blessings to you, DJ. Asylum, good to see you. Asylum, loud and clear. Anthony Provencio. Hey, Paisan, how you doing? Yeah, like 3 minutes. See? No, not 3 men. Oh no. Oh no, never 3 men. 3 minutes, maybe. 3 babes, maybe, but not 3 men. But I got you. Welcome to the Sunday night show. And as I have told you, while I can, I try my best to do my shows. I talk my shows. Well, I've been on this trip, and there've been some times when I haven't done them, but I've tried to do my shows. My God, I'm sorry. I'm just bugged with my hair. I do have a comb. Watch this. Watch this shit. I'm going to cousin it for a bit. There we go. See? Is that better? No, I know it isn't, but at least it's straight, right? And watch. I don't have producers. I don't have makeup people, but I do have people. Yes, Asylum, true. This is the comment of the day so far. At least I have hair. And not for nothing, I did tell Drew today, who is the beautiful lady about the house, and I've told y'all before, this is not colored, and this is not colored. This is my natural hair color. I don't color my hair here. And she said, you don't have any gray hair. I said, yeah, I do. You see the grays, right? You see the grays? I got gray. I just don't got a lot. But this is the natural color. I'm very proud of that. And yeah, like Ken says, at least I have hair. Yeah, I do look like a biker, Vietnam vet. Of course, the pirate. I'm hoping going for the pirate. Yeah, Sons of Anarchy. SOA. And you are getting a double shirt night here for the Ask Captain Jack show. Got 14 people on. Hopefully we'll have more pop in. I did already. Okay, chick blaming the seller. Actually hasn't answered. Since Okay, so I'm just checking. Let's see, because I owe people money for tickets. Hi, Hot Neil, how are you doing? Because I bought obviously all of the Vegas tickets I have, minus one game which I won't go to. And then I have my Tampa tickets, and I have my, Baltimore ticket one. And I might have a Cincy ticket. So those are the games. I'm still looking for an LA Charger ticket. And speaking of LA Chargers, and Anthony, thank you for bringing this up. All right. Have you had your talk to that little bitch ass Charger fan since that roundtable show? The answer is no. I don't need to drag him through the mud anymore. I don't need to drag him through the mud anymore. he doesn't know what he doesn't know, and I just don't like his attitude. But as of right now, I will be returning to the Wild Wild West show come Wednesday, 2 weeks when I get back home. And the reason is this. I am a man of my word. When I say I'm going to do something, I am 99.999 times going to do it out of 100. And if I don't, I have a very good reason why I'm not. The Wild Wild West show, I have a lot of respect for Richie Riche, the Bronco fan. I have a lot of respect for Alex Givens, the Kansas City fan. I have a lot of respect for Coach Defense, who was the former Charger aficionado for that show. It's not that I don't respect. No, actually, I can say that. I don't really respect Robert's opinion because of the way he does his stuff. And I hate that. And it's only because it was asked. It was asked by Anthony Provencio. I said, have I had a talk with? And Robert, he's a young kid that knows what he knows, but he doesn't know a lot of stuff. And I can't stand the attitude. Can't stand the attitude. But the point being, as of right now, I will be back to the Wild Wild West show when I get home to Florida, pending a discussion that I will have with Robert Garcia. Because and again, I don't have to say anything because Anthony Provencio is just saying it all for me. Immature and lame as fuck. And I will tell him that. And again, I blew a gasket. Unprofessional of me, but there is only so much that I think I could take before I blew a gasket. And for those that don't know, this was on the Wild Wild West show, which was about 10 days ago. It was not this past Wednesday, but the Wednesday before that. I was at Chateau Hollywood. I am in the wonderful JD Raider Hulk abode, as I've done a Sunday night show here before on this trip. And again, my best to all of the people that I've had a chance to stay with on this trip. Obviously, this is my second outing with JD and the wonderful Drew that have allowed me to stay here. Love them to death. They're awesome. They're wonderful people, and I appreciate them opening up their home to me, as I appreciate Hollywood and his wife for opening up their home for me, as I appreciate Power Raider Steve Trevio and his wife and family for opening up their home for me, as I appreciate Bear Joe and Mama Bear Linda Bordelon. I want to make sure I get that squared away. There are others. There was Hawk Hottie in Yuma. There were the people in, in Phoenix, where I had a chance to stay under the auspices of Sunshine, Miss Sheila Bradley, who basically put me up for 2 days. I want to thank again, even Cesar of Los Tambados, who put me up for a night in Bakersfield. So there are people that I've stayed with and places I've been. My cousin in LA. I don't want to forget anybody. There's Lenny Manning in Reno, who I got a chance to stay with for the one night there. I'm hoping I don't forget anybody, but if I do, it's not because, obviously Tiffany Turner in Mississippi. So Dallas, Houston. So I'm hoping I don't forget anybody. But again, it's because I've had the wonderful pleasure of being with my friends and family, mostly Raider fans, but there have been obviously, Hawk Hottie is a Seahawk fan. And, there was other folks that I will see tomorrow, actually. When I go to Austin, I'm going to be hanging out with Tim Shanley, who's a Bears fan. I'm going to be hanging out in Houston with Patty and Danny Cream, who are Texans fans. And so the brotherhood and brotherhood, sisterhood goes thick. And I want to thank everybody for that. It's been wonderful on this trip. Colin McDonald, he's normally a good guy. Colin, is that me? I'm normally a good guy, or the Charger guy normally a good guy? I don't know. He had a bad day and he took it out on the wrong person. But that's enough. Enough about that shit. Speak of the devil, I'm going to bring in as my. You want to be on camera now?
Either that or I'll join you in there.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna.
Right now?
Well, I do need something right now, but it's not anywhere near in the house that you can go. It's a joke.
Well, I'd gladly get it for you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're talking hookers. We're talking hookers. No, I got a drink.
Are you good?
I'm good, sir. Yes, sir.
Find my phone and then I'll
get your phone. Yeah, so I'm going to have JD come in on his own feed in a minute.
You know what we got to talk about, right?
We're going to talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about. We're going to talk about.
We got to talk about those Mavs.
The Dallas Mavericks. That's why I'm wearing my Dallas the Mavs jerseys. We're going to talk about the Dallas Mavericks and their wonderful win yesterday. Was that mine? Oh, it's my cane. And like I said, I am double shirting today because we are going to be talking about the Mavs and their glorious win yesterday, which I had a chance to see and be seen with JD. That's for sure. We're going to, and I would be remiss if I didn't get this on Anthony. Anthony, are you talking about Robert Garcia? Calling me? I don't know. Anyway. Oh, you're talking to Anthony about Robert Garcia. He's normally a cool guy. Yeah. Coach was wonderful. Okay. He's just young. He's young, and he doesn't have the right bearing. I'll say it. He's too young. He's a fucking millennial. But I don't want to don't get off on that. What I will say is that, again, blessings, and may he Raider rest in peace to Jim Otto, who I just found out from the feed from Kendra Stabler that he has passed, and he hasn't been well for a while. So blessings to the Otto family, the Raider family as a whole, on his passing. JT, otherwise Tales by Diesel, thank you for showing up the other night with Raider Bear, because like I said, this is a two-shirt night, right? We're going to talk, like I said, we're talking about Dallas. And then we're also going to talk about the Raider Bear. I don't do it as well as he, but I told him I would wear his shirt, so I am. I'm wearing his shirt as well. So, who is that? Oh, salute to everybody. So again, thank you for being here. You got to give Stephen McLeod some love as he's what? Oh, is Stevie out of the Colin? Man, Stevie was in. He had a heart attack, right, Colin? And I put blessings on his Facebook. I hope he's doing okay, because there's Colin McDonald is one of my wonderful Scotland Raiders, and obviously Stephen McLeod and his wife and his daughter, wonderful Scott Raiders. And then there's the other young lady. God, I can't remember her name. Heather? Is it Heather? Or is Heather Stevie's daughter? But there's another one. And again, my blessings to all of them. But again, Colin, if you see Stevie, tell him I send my best as well. Again, blessings to Jim Otto. Yes, nipples. We definitely need nipples. Please give him yes, I am giving him a shout. Hopefully he will pop by. And again, best to Stevie, as he's been a fantastic friend of mine up in Scott. Now, Colin, I've told you this, and I think I've told Stevie this and the wife. Also, Pear, who is my Raider brother, who, and I always get this messed up. I think he lives in Norway and he works in Sweden, or he lives in Sweden and he works in Norway. Anyway, if the Raiders have a Germany game, I'm going to hang out with Colin and Stevie. I'm going to go to Scotland with permission, hang out in their house for a bit. Okay. Then I'm going to go over and see Pear in either Norway or Sweden. And then we're going to the game in Germany, and I'll probably hang out with Valna and Mark from TNBC, the German club. So I'm going to be hanging out with some great people because I can't wait for the Raiders to play in hopefully Germany. And if they play in England again, I'll hang out with my Scott brother. Maybe I'll go over and see Pear too. So Stevie gets the shot. Not funny. Oh, Haley, thank you. Yes, Haley. I knew I was forgetting. Well, I knew the girl. I just forgot the name. And thank you for telling Stevie and Haley I said my best. Yeah, I'm trying to be. Captain, you got to get me that number. Which number, Velvet? Oh, the number of where I'm staying in Tampa. Yeah, get with me offline, honey. Please say it's false. What? That Jim Otto is dead? No, he has passed. Of your section, okay. Hey, come hang out with Colin for free digs. And hot Scotch chicks. You know, hot Scotch chicks with pirate daddy complexes. Okay, Captain. Tough loss. Did the Knicks lose? Oh, my goodness. So the Pacers won? Wow. A Pacers series going to see Boston? Well, Boston's going to win that. I think that the Knicks would have had the best chance to beat the Celtics. Obviously, I want to see what is it? I want to see the Mavericks win in the West. I know that I can't remember who it was. My buddy from Colorado was obviously rooting for the Nuggets, but that's today, right? Or that's right now, I think, as we speak. So we'll see who comes out of the West. Too many injuries. But Jimmy, yes, but you play with who you play. You play with who you play. You know, you play with the people that are there. I'm bringing my Mundungus to get. Cool, Kev, you are correct, sir. My Mundungus will be alive and well overseas in Scotland and Germany and Sweden and Norway, and hopefully Pear will be here. It'll be good to see that. So yeah, my Mundungus is traveling. But that's enough. So again, thank you for the sports update. We know that the Mavs, let's do this again. The Dallas Mavericks, and I wanted to make sure that I was wearing the guy that I personally, if I'm going to buy a jersey, and nothing against is it Doncic? It's Dokic and Doncic. Nothing against Doncic. I like him, good player. But I'm a Nowitzki guy. If I'm going to wear a Dallas jersey, I'm going to wear Nowitzki because respect him. Respect him. And so that's why I went and got the Nowitzki jersey. Did Cuban sell the team, or is it rumors? JD, can you handle that? Did he? I think he sold a certain percentage of his team. I think he sold a certain percentage of his team. Rest in peace to Mr. Otto. Yes. Yep. Cooking that spaghetti. Hey, Anthony. Hey, Anthony, if you're going to be cooking me something, yes, he did. See, there you go. He sold a certain percentage of his team. He still is a part owner. I'm sure he has a big vested interest in the Mavs. For Anthony, I like, and I will say this, I'm a big fan of calzone. So, and if you're gonna, and I love ziti with lots of meat, lots of sauce, ziti, lots of cheese, lots of meat, lots of, ziti, baked ziti. Okay. If you're gonna, spaghetti's cool, ziti with the sauce and the ricotta and the mozzarella, I'm gonna have that. Make sure you get it for me. The bum is a guest in Kobe's house. It will be next year. Oh, okay, Jimmy Farrell. We'll see. And there's your answer. He retained 27% and runs basketball operations. So again, he has enough where he is a big time owner or big partial owner. So again, I was a Colin. Get with Stevie, get with Haley. Remember, good-looking Scotch gal who has daddy pirate issues and likes older pirate-looking gentlemen with long hair, with dad bods. Pear, I know, will hook me up with a good Norwegian Swedish chick. I'm good to go there. And I know Verna and Mark will hook me up with a incredible Strudel of a Deutschland Fräulein. So I got Ron McClendon. If you're calling, I'm doing a show, man. I'm doing a show. He's calling me on the phone right now. Anyway, not Mimi. Remember the boy from Yuba City, California, and Jim Otto is hard to. Yes, I know. Yeah. And Colin, always a shout out for you and Stevie. And across the board as well. Yes, I tell you, and I've, Colin, and I think I told you this, and Stevie, I never went to Scotland when I was stationed there. Okay. I never went to Scotland. So I'm looking forward to going to Scotland, and I'm looking forward to going overseas for another Raiders trip. I'm hoping that we get back to Tottenham, because I've been to Wembley twice, 2 losing games. I want to go to the Hotspur in Tottenham, or I want to go to, the German, wherever they're playing in Germany, and I will see you there. Nuggets are up by 15. Thank you there, Jimmy Farrell. And yes, the world, there you go. That is where it says worldwide nation. That is why, and I say this to everybody that's out there, okay, I have the pleasure of driving and seeing a boat ton of Raider Nation family and friends, and just, it's wonderful. And I appreciate all that's being given to you. But it's not just Raider fans. Like I said, the Seahawk young lady in Yuma, great Seahawks fan. Okay. And, and I saw all of the gals and guys, I said, when I go to Austin, it's going to be with a Bears fan. And when I go to Houston, it's going to be hanging out with a Texans fan. And I can't wait. Of course, I'm going to try to see my Houston people as well. But, it's the camaraderie that we have as fans that dress. Okay. Yeah. The super fan moniker. I don't like it, but yeah, the fans that dress out. Yeah, I know. Me and my women. England got to visit God's. Yeah, Colin, I tell you, I can't wait to get there. And you were at the Dolphins. You were at the Dolphins game, yeah. Jack Kenna. We did a show on Jim Otto. In fact, go back to in my annals, and I can't. It's not me, but okay. Myself and OG Jack Daniels did a show on Jim Otto a couple years ago. Please go through and watch the show on Jim Otto, because we did do a show on Jim Otto. Okay. So there you go. Hop on karaoke. Okay, JT, good to see you. No worries, Jack, about salutes, but go see, if you want to watch the Jim Otto show, watch it over on Was it the show that OG and I did on that channel as well. Good to see. Hopefully I'll see OG soon. Anyway, happy birthday to Jay in South Carolina. It's her birthday today. And so wishing Jay a happy birthday and all that. So again, looking forward to seeing some more people. And I'm going to open up the lines. I'm going to do the line in here. So if you want to come into the show, remember, I'm only here as long as you guys are here, guys and gals, mates and wenches. Jimmy Farrell, belated happy birthday to you. Jim, I'll put this up there as well. Okay, first off, let's get this information in there. And then Jimmy, belated happy birthday to Jimmy Farrell, celebrating 58 as of Thursday. And you know what? Jack Hanna, I kind of agree with JT here. You know, I know that you're distraught, but give a salute, give a cheer, give a hail and hearty to those that we lost and to all of the nation. And I got my drink. So there. If you would like to come into the show, and I do know, I'm almost on cue. JT, aka Vin Diesel, is going to come here. And we're going to have JD come in later on. He's already told me. So I know I've got 2 guests tonight, which is good. Please come in the show. Starting off tonight, we got Vin Diesel, a.k.a. JT, a.k.a. Tails by Diesel. Shipmate, how are you doing tonight? And good to hear from you.
Salute, Mr. Captain Jack, brother.
How you doing? There's the voice that launched 1,000 chicks losing their panties. You know?
That make them vibrate.
Yeah, there you go. See, I gotta have JT come with me in a game. And I'm just going to have you next to me, right? Yeah. And then, I want you to do like your best, Joey, how you doing? With that voice of yours. Panties will shake right off. And the bra will probably pop. The boobies will be out in the open. The panties will be moist. Just listening to your voice, man. Just listening to your voice.
That's awesome, brother.
Yeah.
Salute, man. Hey, when he said I couldn't say salute, I'm like, can I swear?
Well,
no. Okay, so F you. Come on, man.
Well, JT, I do know Jack Kenna, and actually it's the wrong one I put up. I do know Jack Kenna personally. I know he didn't mean anything bad by it. Yeah. It just
I know.
He's different people process things differently.
Yeah, exactly. One person looks at something and they're like, I have to say this script by script. Another person looks at something and is like, I know it sounds like this, but here's the reality of it. And then they're like, oh, one person is totally mad about it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was like one of the people that created the Solution Center in T-Mobile, because I'm like, look, guys, I'm like, it's your fault. It's our fault. It's not the customer's fault. Mm-hmm. And they're like, oh, well, what are we going to do? I'm like, well, let's squash it out. Let's create a solution center. Like, oh, you go to tier 2. Okay, yeah, now let's solve it, because, dude, you guys don't know, people are being charged thousands of dollars, man. Like going on cruise ships and stuff, getting thousands of like $12,000 bills. And I'm like, she makes like $500 a month. Damn.
Yeah.
I'm
and you're trying to hook people up because you understand that people need communication, but they don't need to drain their entire savings account to do it.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, here's where the solution center comes in, is because, like, I get it. You're gonna have bad actors that's gonna, you know, perpetuate the situation, but you're also going to have mom and pops that are making $60,000 a year and they get a $20,000 bill. Like, come on, dude. You know, like, use your common sense, man. Like, let's stop that. Let's get that going, you know. And yeah,
I agree.
And that's so did T-Mobile, dude. I was one of the founders of the Solution Center. Like,
Well,
so if anybody has, it was me in Maine, dude. Back when the rock star, he had black hair, and I can't even remember his name now, but yeah, he used to come there and, like, dude, they'd have the whole clap shit going on, like, because there was 500 people in a call center, so they'd line all of us up on each side, and he'd come down, the CEO, and we'd all clap. I'm like,
hey, JT, I'm going to do something as well. And I don't normally do this because, I don't like 3 screens.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm going to bring in DJ. Let me get in the middle here. Okay. And the reason why I did that is because, again, I am here in the house of DJ and Drew. And I want to, obviously, I want to give thanks to him as well, and with you there. And the fact is, and again, you guys, and I say, you guys, I'm doing this stuff, right? You guys have a lot in common in the fact that you are so very positive about your takes on the Raiders as well as your other teams. Obviously, DJ being a Mavs fan, and I got to ask JT. You being up in Maine, are you a Celtics fan too?
Nah, see, that's one thing about me. I'm like a one-trick pony. I don't mess with basketball. I play basketball. I love playing basketball. Every time, like, I grew up in Pensacola, Florida. Every time I go to the hood, I play basketball. I don't watch basketball because it's boring to me. But no disrespect. But yeah, football. 100% Raiders fan.
Oh, I got you. And you guys know I'm obviously a Raiders fan.
Oh, of course.
But
you Raiders legend, brother.
No, I'm just a guy that's been around for a while. But now, because you say you don't watch, do you have any vested interest in what's going to be the finals this year? Because I think the Celtics will definitely put away the Pacers. I think that. And DJ, and we know that the Nuggets right now, because the DJ's one is saying that the Nuggets were up by 15 the last he checked. Maybe it might be more, it might be less. But do you have any vested interest in who you would be pulling for at all for the NBA Finals this year there, JT? Diesel, did I lose you?
Nah, you good. Salute, Jack. Absolutely, okay. Man. Salute.
There you go.
Yeah, no, honestly, Boston, whatever, dude. I'm like, I wasn't raised in Boston. I was born in Maine. Like, I used to tell everybody, I was northern bred, southern raised.
There you go.
And I was bred in the north. I was raised in the south. Like,
I got, yeah.
But yeah, no, like I said, dude, I love basketball, the game, as far as playing it, but I just can't watch it. I don't know. It doesn't. And I think I've talked about this with you before too. Like, I'm not a football fan. I'm a Raiders fan.
Right. Like, and there are people that are particularly like, I don't like this.
Like, I don't even. They're like, oh, did you watch a game? And I'm like, what game? Did the Raiders play? And they're like, no. They were like, no. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I'm like,
I didn't watch it.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Minnesota's coming back.
There you see, you don't know.
Not like last night. Yeah, the Timberwolves are back within 6.
See, there you go. So we don't know. Timberwolves going to be playing who?
Is that college?
No. Come on. Come on, man. I know you're fucking with us. You're fucking with us.
Hey, JT, I'll tell you this, bro. If you look, I'm kind of similar, bro. Like, there's not a lot of sports on TV that are exciting to watch. Other than football. You can watch football on TV. You can go in person, and I'm kind of the same way on basketball. I love basketball. I've followed the Mavs for a long, long time. I've had season tickets for a long time to the Mavs, but it's different in person. And Jack will tell you, last night was absolutely electric. The playoffs are completely different, but Jack's been with me to a regular season game, and he got to experience the second round of the playoffs with me last night. And and I'll tell you, I mean, I'm like that with baseball. I like baseball, but I can't watch it on TV because there's too many games. And the NBA is that way too, in some respect, because there's
it's like there's 180 or something.
Oh, for baseball, yeah, but I mean.
Yeah, once
in basketball, you're talking it's 80, 84 games. I want to say it's something like that. It's up there. But it's you start to watch. I mean, during the regular season, it's kind of boring because there's so many games, and I'm forced to kind of watch it on TV. But we've got season tickets with my company, so I go to most of the games. So for me, it's different because I get to go actually to the arena and watch it, where it's completely different.
Right. Oh, no, 100%, dude. The vibe is 100% different. And I get
the playoffs are nuts. I mean,
dude, like I would
crazy.
I would love it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Like, I would enjoy it. But here's the thing. Like when I look at the Raiders and I watch them play, I just like shit. My blood goes, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, my everything just goes, but I don't feel like that with, baseball or basketball. But if I could, you know what I'm saying? If I could, absolutely, dude. Why not? No, it's the same feeling, just a different sport. Like, I don't dislike the sport. I love fucking basketball, dude. I play basketball. I love baseball. I played baseball. I'm like, I just, like the Raiders is just something different.
No, 100%. But the other thing too is different when it's an 18 game. Oh shit!
Salute, brother.
JD, my man.
Yes,
let's go, Mavs. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
How we doing, fellas?
We're good. See, and like I said, this is special because people who watch the show know I like one-on-one. But then I said, okay, we're going to have a 3-screen. We're going to have JT in with JD. And then we have JT, JD, and JD in with Jay. So we got a quad J channel right here, right now.
We ready.
There you go.
Oh, y'all. Salute, man.
Hope everybody had a fine weekend.
That's the energy. I don't even have to like basketball, but it's the energy that you guys bring that what attracts me.
Yes, let me let you guys know how I became a Mavs fan. Now, some people know that I'm a Duke Blue Devil fan, right? I love my Duke Blue Devils. You either love them or hate them, just like my Yankees. And JJ Redick is one of my favorite.
Wait a second. Are you giving short shrift, not saying anything about your Notre Dame Fighting Irish? Come on, man.
I shouldn't have to, Captain Jack. I shouldn't have to. We speak for ourselves. Go Irish.
Okay. I just want to make sure that people that don't watch the show regularly know who you support. That's why I know my peeps, man.
I am a diehard Notre Dame fan. I'm a diehard Yankee fan. I'm a diehard Golden Knight fan. I'm a diehard Mavs fan, and I am a diehard Raider fan. For everybody that doesn't know,
brother, Raiders.
So how I became a Mavs fan is like I said, I'm a big JJ Redick fan. He's probably one of my favorite players of all time. Yep. So whatever team JJ Redick was playing for, that was my team. I was an Orlando Magic fan. I was a Milwaukee Bucks fan for like 3 months when he went to the Bucks. I was a Clipper fan. And when he went to the Mavs, I'm like, okay, I'm going to follow him there. And then he retired. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to stick with the Mavs then. That's going to be my team. And it's funny because then I moved to Dallas, and now I'm here. And I'm like, okay. So I got Kyrie Irving there, who's also a Dookie. Derek Lively the second, who's also a Dookie. And we got probably, well, I'll argue this all the time, the greatest foreign player known to man, Luka Doncic.
Yeah,
and we're going to beat the Nuggets in 6 if they win. Or Minnesota, it doesn't matter. Nobody's touching us. Nobody's touching us. Boston can't touch us. Them racists up in Boston can't touch us.
Yo, JD over there, he's like, man, let me explain something.
The only thing I'm going to say about the Nuggets is this: they don't scare me, but we don't have Kleber. And
I know it, and that's rough. That's a little nerve-wracking, but TJ, Daniel Gafford, Derek Jones Jr., he came out of nowhere. He played very, very well in that last series. Hopefully next series, THJ will step up just like his daddy used to.
Yeah. No, I hope so. But, it is what it is. And saying that Minnesota's back within 4. So this game,
they don't scare me either.
No, I know. But this game that's happening right now is starting to look a lot like last night's game. But anyways, neither team scares me. The only thing, like I said, with the Nuggets is Kleber was key when we played the Nuggets towards the end of the season. Matter of fact, that was the game that Captain Jack you went to with us as well, and that was the left hook over Joker sealing game winner. That was awesome as hell. But the Timberwolves don't scare me either, because the Timberwolves remind me a lot of Oklahoma City. They play a style ball. They're young. Good defensively. They play a really good style of ball, just like Oklahoma City. We just played that team. And the interesting thing about the playoffs, and the cool thing is it doesn't matter how many times you play that team during the regular season. When you play a team consecutively, game after game after game after game, what you do is the good teams figure out a way, and they figure out those teams that they're playing. You start to figure out that team. And then when you have a matchup difference with that team, because you're playing them time after time after time, not you play them this week here and this month, and then you play them 3 months down the road, and then you play them 3 months down the road. It's kind of similar how conferences work in any sports, right? Where you start to really get to know the teams within your conference, and you start to play those teams differently than you do everybody else. And so the 2 Western Conference teams don't really scare me that much. It's going to be interesting to see, because I called but even before the playoffs started, and I'm not, yes, I'm a Mavs homer, but I said the Western Conference Finals will be Denver Mavericks, and then this is where I went wrong. I said the Eastern Conference Finals is going to be Knicks, Boston, and I think the only reason the Knicks lost, and this is the kid that went out last night, I don't know if he played the night or not, but he was seriously hurt, and he was a key player to them, was Hart.
Yeah, Jason Hart. Yeah, he's good, and he's good defensively. He's a strong. Those Villanova dudes, they played together for so long, and when they got the big Ragu and Josh Hart, and I knew there was about that because how good Villanova was with them 3 together. I'm like, this team's going to be tough, because DiVincenzo's a tough kid. He's the big Ragu, the Italiano. He's a tough kid, and he looks Irish, but he's Italian.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. I love it that, here's the other thing too, that Luka's taken the Mavs to the Western Conference Finals in 2 of the last 3 seasons, which is really, really, really cool. And
we're winning, DJ. We're winning, and we're not super healthy.
No, it's crazy. Luka's playing with a bum ankle and a bum knee on the same leg, which is crazy to watch him play, and the way that he played. I mean, hell, Luka is the 5th person, if I remember correctly, he's the 5th person in NBA history that's had 3 consecutive triple doubles in the playoffs.
He's the man. And like you were saying, back on your point on the regular season stuff, Oklahoma City was 4-1 against us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we beat them in the playoffs where it counts. So now Denver's got to come to our barn. I think Denver's going to end up winning. I think Jokic is going to take over at the end. I know Minnesota's there, and if we play Minnesota, I'd be more confident because they don't have that experience there.
Yeah.
And I said Kyrie. Ed, I love me some Kyrie Irving. Go Duke. Come on, man.
I was just going to bring this point up is Luka hasn't had the surrounding cast like he's had. I mean, Kyrie came in a couple of years ago. And it was interesting when that trade happened. I looked at it and went, "This is going to be interesting to see how this works because you have
two ball dominant guards, two ball dominant."
And what we're seeing now, and look, it took a while, right? I mean, it took them a year or two to figure it out, and I was like, "This is either going to really work or it's not," and it's working because it's funny to watch them play off of each other, right? Because if Kyrie's having a really shitty game, he starts sending shit to other players, right? And if Doncic is having a down game, he starts sending everything over to Kyrie. And they're really starting to balance each other, and it's really, really cool to see. Your point, though, when you said that, yeah, we had a really shitty record in the regular season against Minnesota. We had the same record against Oklahoma, and we had similar results against Denver. The difference, though, and the interesting thing is, a lot of that was pre-trade deadline, right?
Yeah.
And them going out and getting Gafford and PJ Washington was absolutely the craziest shit ever because they became a completely different team.
Yes.
So sorry, we just welcome to the GE.
We can't help it. We Mavs fans, baby.
We've completely taken over Captain Jack show. So Captain Jack, we apologize.
Hey, wait! Whoa! This is not my show. I'm like Jeff Spicoli in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. If I'm here and you're here, isn't it our time?
No shirt, no shoes, no dice.
It's I don't have a show without people popping in and talking sports, man. So no, it's our show.
We just have to give love to the Dallas Mavs because nobody. You know, it's funny. I was talking to people yesterday, and there's most people are saying no way the Mavs take this in 6, and I'm like, well, you obviously don't watch basketball because
thank you.
They had the Oklahoma City Thunder's number.
Doc, come on, Doc, with this nut stuff.
Wait a second. I'm going to be. I remember I'm the unbiased moderator here.
Hey, salute, Andrew. I will say, you know what? Fuck it, Celtics. Yeah. Let's go.
And here's the thing, too. Boston has another great Dookie by the name of Jason Tatum.
There you go. See? So and where would they be without their bet? Because it's Tatum and the other.
In the lottery. They'd be in the lottery.
Yeah.
Yo, see, you're old school like me. I think of Celtics. When I think of Celtics, I think of third fucking, hey, we hitting threes from fucking Birdman. You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm thinking of Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Parrish, Reggie Lewis, rest in peace. I think about him back in the day, those Celtic teams. Hey, now it's running gun.
Dennis
Johnson too, man.
Yeah, I ain't worried about him. I don't care about Dennis Johnson.
Like I said, I don't follow basketball, but like that's what I think about. I think of Chicago Bulls. I think of Scottie Pippen. I think of Michael Jordan. You know.
Right.
Well, when you think of Scottie Pippen, you think of his wife dating Jordan's son. How about that one?
Hey, we ain't gonna talk about that, bro.
Oh, we can. Hey, remember it's our show, right?
No Diddy. No Diddy. No Diddy.
No doubt.
No Diddy, no doubt. That's right.
So I wanted to ask a couple questions. I know when we first drafted our new star, Brock Bowers, a lot of people had problems with it. I was at a draft party at the time because I didn't make the draft, and I was ecstatic, and everybody was just silent. Nobody said a word because to me, a lot of people don't watch college football. They don't know who these guys are, so I tried to educate people. I'm not trying to say everybody, they just don't know. Not trying to say I know more than all, but I know a lot more than most. But yes, and I told him, I said, listen, you don't understand what this kid is going. We just drafted a tight end. Yeah. And now we got 2. We got a weapon. This kid is a weapon.
Well,
what are we talking about?
I'm gonna dissent to a little bit, but not dissent harshly. I'm gonna dissent in the fact that we drafted an inline blocking receiving tight end last year in Michael Mayer. Yeah. We drafted a playmaking tight end that is a tight end, an H-back, a fullback, a everything.
And what is Getsy's offense? What is Getsy's best offense? 12 personnel.
Right.
Can I add something to your point, JD?
Sure.
So
go ahead, DJ.
Here's the other cool thing. So what a lot of people don't realize too, because I watch the same shit, because the draft is like, I love the draft, right? Like the draft is probably one of my favorite parts of the year, because I get so ingrained in it, and I start watching all the mock drafts, and I start going and watching YouTube highlights, and I really start to try to get ingrained and watch all the different players, because I love to try to see who's being associated with the Raiders. And then I go out and I look at all that shit. And Brock Bowers, so before, when I was on Facebook, which I'm not anymore, I'm only on Instagram. But when I was on Facebook last year, I went and I tried to find as many mock drafts that I could. So all the different websites, right? And I posted who's tied to the Raiders, right? And then the funny thing is this year I kind of did the same thing, but I didn't post it. But there was one person, 1 or 2 analysts that actually said that there was a potential that Brock Bowers could be drafted by the Raiders, right? So I was like, oh, well, that's really interesting. But then what most people don't realize, and what most people don't do, is they start looking at all the mock draft shit, and they do the same shit with fantasy, right? And they go out and they look and they go, okay, here's who the Raiders should take, right? Because this makes sense. But what they don't look at is who's running the organization, right? And the people that are drafting is 2 people. Yes, AP has a input on who they should draft, but the person that's responsible for the decision, if they let him do his job, is who? The GM, right? So if you go do research and you go do research on the GM and the guy that we brought in, he is, and everybody, they've said it all over the news or all over the TV. This guy drafts. His philosophy is this: he doesn't trade up often, right? He'll trade back if it makes sense. But his draft philosophy in the first couple rounds is best player available. And if the best player available on the board was Brock Bowers, that's exactly who they took. And I'll take it all day long, because I honestly 100%,
think, dude. That's how Al would have done it, man. That's how Al literally said it. He said, "I'm taking the best fucking player available."
100%. And that was the best player available at number 13. And I'll take
DJ,
it all because that guy's going to be a fucking stud.
Yeah, DJ, and all these people that bitched for years, why are we not taking the best player available? Why are we reaching for this one? Why are we reaching for that one? We finally take the best player available, and they're still bitching. Nobody is ever going to be happy. Everybody was clamoring for Michael Penix Jr. I did not think it was a good pick at 13. If we would have traded down and got him, cool. Nope. But when Brock Bowers fell there, because I told the guy at the bar, if Brock Bowers gets by the Jets and he's there at 13, we should run to the podium, because he is the one or 2 best players coming out of this draft. I put him with Marvin Harrison Jr. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be phenomenal. He's going to be a great receiver for Arizona. He'll probably be an even better receiver when he leaves Arizona in 4 years, because they didn't want to stay there. So, but Brock Bowers, what I try to explain to people is Brock Bowers is a bigger, or look at it this way, he's a better version of Darren Waller. Okay?
That's badass.
We'll look at it like that, okay? But here's the difference between him and Darren Waller. Darren Waller really wasn't a blocker. He didn't want to block.
No.
And I get it. He was a wide receiver in college when he played at Georgia Tech. Okay? But Brock Bowers can block. He was up for the Remington Award. The Remington Award in college football is for the best offensive lineman. Offensive lineman. This kid was a tight end in college. He was up for that award. And then when people tell me,
oh shit!
Oh, hey! I did not get rid of
No, I
Jason.
know. You can tell he was fumbling around. He must be on his phone. So he was
He
fumbling
did
around.
when he should have dabbed, bro.
Jason Dean, hopefully Jason Dean will come back and wait, because is he okay? Yeah, good. They're
Good.
and I tell you what, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna bring in.
Shit, 5 screen, brother.
I'm 5 screening tonight. Now,
Salute,
wait a
man.
second. Before I say anything,
stop it, Cap.
Here's the thing. I do not want people. Thank you for I appreciate it. Angela knows the fucking buttons better than I do at this point. Okay, there you go. Well, okay, that's no.
Don't worry.
There you go. Thank you, Angelo. Come back in. Yeah. Dude, where the fuck are you? Come on, Angelo. No, come in, Angelo. Come in. Here's the point. Please try not to talk over each other, because I want to have the respect of one person, maybe 2 in a debate, because this is why I very rarely use a bunch of people on screen, because then you can't hear shit, and I always hear it sounds like fucking shit. So
you know what, though? You got the good people here.
I got it. But please, when you're making a point, please try to be to the point, valid, and in and out. Angelo, I'm not going to say anything else because
Okay, thank you. Cool Kev already put it up. Stop it, Cool Kev. Stop messing with me, man.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. There you go. I'm going to put it up here. You got 10 minutes. There you go. That's it. That's funny. But anyway, thanks everybody for being here. Go ahead, folks. Somebody grab the mic and let it drop. Go on.
He's already being eaten.
Let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Like I said, the Remington Award, which is nation's best offensive lineman. Brock Bowers was up for that. And I hate to say this to all the Trayvon Merrick fans. Trayvon Merrick might be on his way out next year. Sorry to say, because Chris Smith is waiting in the wings, and so isn't Trey Taylor. The safety from the Jim Thorpe Award winner from Air Force. He dropped so low because he plays at Air Force, and I understand that the competition is different, but you know what? Max played at Eastern Washington. I'm sorry, Eastern Michigan, my fault, my bad. And look what he is for us. He's our best player right now. That's what I'm talking about, DJ. And DJ, I know you've been to the games and stuff. You were at the bowl game, and you've seen him play. Like, what does he look like live on the field?
Dude, it's funny because, a lot of people want to look at all the big schools and not look at the academy specifically, right? Because the academy, and they've changed some rules, so it's they can get some talent. But you watch that kid play, and yes, they are playing against not as good talent or inferior talent compared to some of the bigger conferences. But you watch that kid play, dude, and he just has an eye for the ball. Like, he's always – go watch his highlight. And granted, highlight films are garbage on YouTube and stuff, but there's a reason why the guy won the award that he won.
Yes, absolutely.
He won it over every other defensive back in the league, in college football, and he played for a service academy. What does that tell you? The guy is –
He won it over – yeah, he won it over these guys from Bama, the kid from Miami, the kid from Tennessee. He won it, and I'm so happy we got this kid. But the one that I like the most, which you're probably all going to know what I'm talking about, Dylan Laube. This kid looks like he came out the womb as a Raider. He is so excited, and he looks like he could jump in a UFC ring and fight with that jaw. The kid is going to be a badass special teams player. He's going to be a badass third down back for us who will block. He's strong for a small. He's small, but he's strong as an ox. And he's so excited to be a Raider, just like JPJ. I don't have to talk about JPJ. His tape speaks for himself. Everybody knows who he is. Everybody knows he's going to be our center of the future. Everybody knows what he's going to do this year. He is our Chris Jones deteriorator. He's going to stop Chris Jones because of who he is. The kid's a beast. All he does is want to be violent. He's a physical player, and he don't care. He wants to hurt people, and I love it. He's a Raider. It's the only team he should ever play for. I was scared that the Steelers were going to draft him, but when he fell to us, unbelievable. Those first 2 draft picks were probably the best we've had in the past 25 years. Yeah. I'm going to say that.
It wouldn't surprise me if all 7 of these all
Yes.
all the draft picks if they don't make the team. If there's a couple that don't, I think it'll be one or two of the middle round guys. But the later picks like Laube and Taylor, those two guys, 100% I think make the team.
DeCamari and Robinson.
Yeah,
the kid is a massive defensive back. He's so big, like at his size and his speed, how lengthy he is, those long arms. Oh my God, he could be getting beat and then pull a Michael Jordan pose in the midair and pull the ball out of the air. And MJ Devonshire from Pitt's a tough school. How many defensive backs came out of Pitt that were good, other than Revis? There were some guys. They've had some guys. You know, I like Devonshire too, and they have chips because they got drafted so low.
Can I just interject real quick, because I know that Angelo is chomping at the bit. So I'm.
Oh no! I love this.
No. Wait a second. Can you please get over to Wild Wild West on fucking Wednesday?
Yes.
And tell the fucking kid from the Charger Garglers what the fuck you guys are talking about now, because they don't listen to me, right? But if
not
you
surprised
guys are in the comments section, because they won't let you in on camera, I
of
will.
Course not.
But yeah, tell it like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And that's one of the main reasons why Captain Jack isn't here until he gets back to Florida, is because you're fucking ignorant. And that's all I'm going to say. Please do it. Go ahead.
Hey, you're muted.
You're muted, JD.
JD.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
I watched the show a couple times, and I see how they are. They try to bully and gang up, whatever. The dude's a Charger fan for one, okay? They have no idea about football whatsoever. They still think Phillip Rivers is coming out of the tunnel. Okay? They think Khalil Mack is the greatest thing since sliced bread. I love Khalil. I do. But you know what? There he goes. Just like the Bosa. He's always injured, and I love Kenneth Murray. And my guy was there for a minute, Drew Tranquil, and then he went to the Queefs, and now I hate him even more. I love my Notre Dame guys. It seemed like the Chargers always draft them. Manti Te'o, my great one, my buddy, my dude. But I've seen it, and I've seen what these guys say. I'm going to end up flying to LA and beat this dude, Brandon. I'm not okay with these people. I can't talk to other fans like that, because when you got somebody behind the screen and they run in their mouth, I'm like, dude, I will come to your address. You don't know me. You think you do. You do not. Nobody should be talking to you like that. You're very respected in the NFL by a ton of other fans, where this clown thinks he's somebody. Come on, dude. You're not. You probably live in your parents' basement still. I probably don't have a girl. If you do have a girl, she's probably cheating on you because you're a pushover. Your kids probably aren't even yours.
No, he doesn't have kids. He might have a girlfriend.
Shocker there.
Yeah.
But yeah, some people like.
Second, guys, hey DJ, I'm gonna go get some more to drink. I'm gonna get out of the camera. You guys continue, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Angelo, what did you think about the draft?
No, I mean, brother, I held it down together. I was I did one on Captain Jack. We did 5.5 hours, and that was with Stu, and everybody was talking about it, right? And we all talked about it. So, and I've been wanting to do this with you, JD. I've been wanting to do this with you because you're the man. We bow to you when it comes to.
I appreciate that, man. I just do what I do, man. I'm definitely do not consider myself anything other than a fan. And yeah, you can ask DJ. He knows me. I know sports, and I'm very passionate about this team. And I do take offense when people talk noise, and even Raider fans. Oh, we're going to go 6-10. You know what, dude? Turn your colors in. Go be a San Francisco 49er fan because you're a hater. You're there when we win. You're not there when we lose. 2-15, 15-2. I'm screaming Raiders every Sunday.
Yes, sir. Absolutely,
Well,
absolutely. No, and again, that's one of the things about this. And I'm sure you're already familiar with.
We ready.
I'm so excited about this season. I'm going to Tampa. I'm going to New Orleans. I was thinking about going to the home opener, but I'm thinking about going to Miami instead. So because the home opener is going to be, I'm going to have to sell my lungs or something to get there because I know it's going to be super duper expensive, you know. And I got people out there that live there, and they're like, "Hey, man, you can stay at our house." And, yeah, it's cool, man. I just got to straighten it out with work. And they're like, soon as football season comes around, work tells me what days are you taking.
You know what? I'd sell you tickets half price. Just don't say super duper ever again. You know what I'm saying?
JD,
I can't be super duper excited.
I love you, brother.
Yeah, JD, what you do is you just go. So like, go to the home opener. Let's go hang out at the tailgate, and then we'll just walk down the street and we'll watch the game somewhere.
That's what people were telling me. Like Graphic, when Graph goes, dude, when I go, I barely go to the game. He's like, he goes, sometimes I don't go to the game. I'll go hang out at the bar where the Raider fans are. I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah. To me, the J-Lot tailgating is badass. You go hang out at J-Lot, you go see everybody. Once you get into the game, unless you're sitting in a certain section with everybody else, it doesn't matter, right? So go hang out at the tailgate, especially for the season, the home opener, because the home opener is always going to be stupidly expensive, right?
And then, listen. 99%. I'm saying 99% of the people, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Just fucking show up and support the Raiders, man.
That's right.
Good.
I traveled so much because of this team, you know. Because I'm originally from Pennsylvania. And like they're like, because people be like, "Oh,
that's amazing, dude."
Yeah, man. Absolutely, baby.
I'm from Maine, dude. They're like, "Why you love the Raiders?" I'm like, "Bro,
why wouldn't you? Are you serious?"
It's silver and black, motherfucker.
That's right. That's right. I love it. I love everybody's fandom. To me, everybody's a super fan because if you rep your team 100% every single day, you're a super fan to me.
That's
dude.
Right.
I live in Maine. Did you see I usually have my car as my background, but yeah, dude. I got my Raiders car, dude.
People look at mine because I got a bunch of decals all over my truck, and they're like, "Oh, you're a Raiders fan?" I'm like, "What gave that away? Is it the tattoo or is it the stickers on the truck?"
Yo, see, because I do the same thing, but I got like he pulling off the face. Yeah, it's a Raiders emblem right on the hood. You know what I'm saying? It's and awesome, across the windshield, that shit said Raiders. You know.
I love it. And especially DJ knows down here in cowboy country where they tongue kiss each other on touchdowns. So it's weird as hell. I can't even believe it. When I went to the Thanksgiving game and they scored a touchdown and all the dudes started dancing and stuff with each other, I didn't even understand what was happening there.
Hey JD, I always thought, for whatever reason, I somehow thought, because I know we just recently connected when we were trying to get together for the draft, but I always thought you were living in Vegas, but you're not in Vegas.
No, I'm in Dallas. I'm in Dallas, Texas. I live in Fort Worth now. A lot of people thought, like, they first said, "Oh, you from Cali?" I'm like, "No, I'm from East Coast." Well, what made you a Raider fan? I'm like, why wouldn't I be a Raider fan? What would make me be a fan of anything else? Why do I want to wear those ugly Steeler colors or ugly?
You know what? You know what got me a Raiders fan? When I was in like 1980, because I was born August 1st, 1980. And it was the 80s. It was dude, they was spit in your face. Like they was like the Harley Davidson of fucking, sports.
When Captain Jack had a black beard.
Exactly, dude. They would cut your throat, dude.
This was black, man. That's for sure.
silver and black, man. It was like we had the bombers and shit. You remember the bombers? It was like a onesie. You pulled it over.
Let me tell you something. 1987, I became a Raiders fan. My father was a Denver Bronco and a San Francisco 49er fan because he loved that donkey-looking John Elway and he loved Joe Montana. To go Irish. So my brother was a Choker fan because he loved Dan Fouts. So when I started watching football, they're like, you can choose any team you want. And I saw that Shield, and I saw how tough they were. And I loved it. I loved that they were rough, tough, mean.
Howie Long.
Yes, yes.
Amazing.
Van McElroy. Art Shell was still there. Like Mike Haynes. All these guys. And I said, I want to be a Raider fan. And my brother's like, oh okay. So every class pitcher, every class pitcher, my mother would dress me because I'm Italian, so she would dress me up. I would take my picture in my Raiders shirt. After that, awesome, it's my one picture is I have a Los Angeles Raiders shirt on, big smile on my face. My mother punched me in the face. Jesus. After that, she would go to school with me and make sure I didn't bring my Raider stuff to take my school picture and make sure I kept my tie on.
That's awesome, brother.
Yes, dude. Yes. And when I
real quick, Jason, I just want to shout out Andrew Cabral, who put 1987. I met Captain Jack in the Philippines. You know, Captain Jack.
We don't want to hear them stories.
There, man,
we don't want to hear them stories.
You know what I'm saying, Captain Jack?
We don't want to hear them stories.
Hey, I've already said most of the good ones on here. If you haven't heard it, go back and watch old shows. There you go.
So when I became the Demon King, it was 2015 down in Miami. I painted my face because I'm a big wrestling fan. Finn Balor called himself the Demon King, and I loved it. I said, I'm going to do this silver and black. I think it would look cool. I did it down there. I painted my face. It was like 1.0, right? And I ran into Joker and Gorilla Rilla, and they're like, dude, this looks great. You know, if this is what you're going to do, just respect the Shield. Don't disrespect yourself, your family, or anything else. I said, okay. And then the next year when I went, I think it was the draft in Nashville, is the Demon King what you see now. Yep. And they loved it. Everybody that saw me loved it. I'm like, oh, that's so awesome. You know, most people don't know me as Jason Dean. Some people that do know me, you know, hey, man, what's up? Did you bring the Demon King with you? Like, I'm like, yeah, he's in the bag. He'll be out later. He'll be out. Just a different person when I put that mask on and I put that gear on. I'm just a different animal. That's it.
I love it. We love it, Demon King.
It's a good time. And what I do it mostly for the kids. The kids like it. Like I have all my swag and stuff. And DJ knows this. I absolutely love it. It puts a smile on my face, even though you can't see the smile. I'm smiling from ear to ear every time I meet people, man. And I tell them in pictures, I'm really smiling under this mask. You just can't.
100%, man.
Hey, so I, you know,
and that's
I'm
real smile. That's not fake shit.
Nope, not at all.
Hey, Diesel. So I was just gonna tell this story real quick because you guys are talking about how the fan base is. It's, you know, I live in Las Vegas, right? And most of you guys, because you saw that I was hosting Captain Jack's show for a couple of months after Super Bowl. You guys know about my liver transplant story. You guys know why I can't go out there in public. So every time I do go out of the house, out of isolation to go do certain things, I always run into the nation, right? Like, because I'm in Vegas, but they see the green hat. They ask why it's green. I start telling them my story. So I told Captain Jack the first time it was Al Thompson, right?
Shit, Captain.
Yeah. So I was in a ramen spot. I didn't know him. He didn't know me. I'm just getting, you know, I'm 22 months right now, guys, of post liver transplants that, you know, hopefully continues. So, but thank you.
Congratulations, brother.
And I appreciate all the love and the prayers from the nation, man. I really do. So, but I just, you know, he was wearing a Raider hat. I was wearing a Raider hat. And usually I can't be around people. And I was telling Captain Jack, you know, there's this one little seat right next to mine. But when I saw he wore a Raider hat, I was like, come on, bro. You know, like, and then we started popping it up. And then that's when I found out about him, right? So today, I'm at Sam's Club, right? Got my mask on. I'm trying to stay away from people. this guy randomly just walks up to me, 71 years old. His name's I don't know if any of you guys know him. His name's Terry Kanaogan, right? But he walks up to me and he goes, "Hey, you're a Raider fan," and he hands me this chip that's like made from someone who makes the signs, and I guess they know each other. And it said Las Vegas Raiders 2022. And he said, "I want you to have this, brother. You know, Raider Nation." And then and then he was gonna walk away, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. And then we got, we start to get to talking. We he's coming from Salinas. He just retired in 2015, and he's big time. And it's just, this is the thing is, and he even said it, where with Raider Nation, when you meet the fans, it's not like any other fans.
Yeah,
it's not like any other fans at all. Where
we're not.
It's the
we're
weirdest
not
thing where
trying
everybody
to
thinks
fucking.
we're negative. And we're actually not. We're super positive.
Dude,
our fan base is super positive. I mean, it could seem negative because it's Raiders against everyone. But we're not
you
negative.
Get some of them that you get some are negative though. You know, some are negative, man.
Part,
Come
right?
on.
But
DJ knows this too. DJ knows this too.
But for the most part, don't we do our best overall to show everyone that
we love everybody?
Because when you really think about it, we have more fans globally. Like one of the things we did on Fan Talk Friday at the Protect the Shield podcast with Chris Kimber, and we had Big Daddy Jose there for 2.5 hours, right? Beautiful. We were talking about life and everything. Beautiful. Me, Big Daddy Jose, we're talking. I don't know if you know about this, Captain Jack, but I just might have met someone who loves boxing even more than me, if you could believe it. Big Daddy Jose.
Yeah.
Big Daddy Jose. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, but anyways,
I'll have to check out your shit, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, absolutely, man.
Yeah, and
all right, fellas. But I gotta go. I gotta get up early. Sorry, man. I gotta go. I go to bed early. I get up at least 4:45 in the morning. So I'm a big baby when it comes to this stuff.
No worries.
Hey, Jason Dean, before you go real quick.
Salute to the OG, brother. Everybody salute to this motherfucker. Salute, man.
Before
it goes, Jason Dean, thanks again. Tell Graf that I did try to get a hold of him.
Okay.
That old phone number, because I told you when he called me and through your phone that I would try to get a hold of him, and that's the number I had. So please let him know that I didn't blow him off.
Okay, I will, Cap. What's up, Angela?
Captain, hey, Jason Dean. So
Captain,
before you
thank
go,
you
I'm going to
for
put you on
setting this
solo.
up,
Can you do us all a favor here at the Captain Jack Rackham Show and give us one of your positive soliloquies before you leave? I'm going to put you on solo right now.
Please do.
All right. What's up, Raider Nation? This is Jason Dean, aka the Demon King. I just want to say I hope you guys have a positive week today. Always remember, you are your star player. Don't ever let anybody dull your shine or steal your joy. And remember one thing, always keep smiling because it looks good on you. Stay blessed, Raider Nation.
There you go. Good to see you. Thanks
that
again,
is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
DJ, I'll get a hold of you, man. We'll talk. We got to chop it up. We got to get together again, DJ.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jason Dean, I'm going to text you, all right? That's cool?
No problem. You guys have a great beginning of your week. Demon King out.
Love you, brother.
Good night.
Hoorah. That's great, man. That's why,
awesome.
When I said when we do have a big, go ahead, Angela. You can be on the big square. When we do have,
he's like I'm Asian, I'm little.
It's good. It's good that we have that we're not talking over each other and we have respect. And I'm glad that Jason Dean joined us tonight because again, for those that didn't know, I was trying to get a hold of Jason Dean as well as Graphic because I told Graphic that while I was rolling through Dallas, I would try to get a hold of him. Unfortunately, the number that I had for Graphic was not the correct number. Absolutely. So that's why I'm glad that Jason Dean is going. And for anybody that knows Graphic and gets on his channel, you can tell him that, hey, Captain Jack was actually looking for you when he was rolling through Dallas. So you guys are my witnesses on that. And, because I would have loved to have seen him because he's here in the Dallas area as well. But unfortunately, I'm going to be leaving tomorrow, and again, all with great due to JD and to Drew and all of their family here. On my way to Austin. Then from Austin, I'm going to hang out for a little bit. I'm going to try. My intentions are to go to College Station to see how Miss Chyna and her husband Danny are doing, because Danny just was in the hospital with a double or triple bypass, something I know very much about. So I want to see them, at least say hi. Then I'm on to Houston, and then from Houston, I'm going east. So hopefully be checking out, maybe see some people in Nolens area. If not, then trucking through Nolens, and then this close to Florida, I intend to hopefully pop up to Georgia and see some people in the Atlanta area, and then it's straight down 75 south. And unless I make a detour to the East Coast to see a friend or two over on the I-4 corridor or down 95, my intentions are, and hopefully I will do this, be home by Memorial Day so I can take a fucking day off and sleep probably, for like 4 days. JD knows I slept in today. He was probably like, when's that motherfucker getting up? So I rolled out at around the crack of 10.
Yeah, Ray. Yeah, I see Ray. He's literally gonna be like, and I see DJ Singleton. He's like, come on now. Let me say, you ain't slept a goddamn length, brother.
Well, I will. And it's because, but I do again want to say thanks to all the people that have been keeping me going. And again, thanks to Angelo for coming in. Thanks to DJ. Thanks to Jason Dean. Hey, thanks to you as well, motherfucking Vin Diesel, fucking JT, for being the person that you are. Because it's wonderful, and that's why I said I wanted to have my shows when I can. It's not that I'm forgetting them. It's that unfortunately I can't do them all the time, but I will get back to a regular schedule. And like the guy said in Beverly Hills Cop, right? You're on vacation. Oh, you're on vacation. You're on vacation. I'm on vacation. Okay. It's a 6-week vacation so far. I will be home, but my blessings to everybody out there. I'm going to shut up. Go ahead, Angelo. Go ahead there, DJ. Go ahead there, JT. Go ahead and take out whoever.
No. I seen Singleton. He ready to fire, bro. That motherfucker. He like, let me talk, dude.
Okay. All right, Diesel. Okay. Hey, I was actually gonna. So Diesel. So Captain Jack, you're over there, and you've been hanging out with DJ, right?
Yes, I am.
So DJ, I think this is the first time you and I are getting a chance to really get to see each other and be on the same show and meet. So I want to know a little bit about DJ, if that's cool with you, Captain Jack. I'm gonna bring on Rafa because he's waiting backstage. But Rafa, let me just nice to see you. Let me just talk to DJ for a second. DJ, brother. So tell me a little bit about your like Raiders story, because you're out in Texas. I got a couple of my best friends out there, but what is it that drew you to the nation?
Yeah, so it's funny because everybody calls me JD, and it's a long story, and we can go into that at another time. But my real name is, well, what I've been known by for most of my life is DJ. But, a lot like, and this is going to sound very similar to JD's story, because I've been in Dallas since 99. I moved back here after I got out of the Navy. I've always claimed Texas as home. My dad was military and in the service, so I bounced all around. And I'm your typical 4-year and move on person. So I did that my whole life. 4 years in one place. Moved to the next place, 4 years.
Military baby.
Yeah. So I never really, I've always loved the sport of football. Football's always kind of been my thing outside of basketball. I love basketball as well. Obviously, I always cheer for my Mavs, but football.
Congratulations, by the way. Congratulations, sir. I appreciate it. That was amazing.
Yeah. So football's always been my primary sport. I've always loved football. I've always followed football. A lot like JD, I kind of followed players, right? I've been a big UT fan, University of Texas, not University of Tennessee, because they like to call themselves UT as well. But I've always been a Texas fan, followed players. I was a John Gruden fan back in the Raider days when he was coaching the Raiders, and then I followed him over to to Tampa and kind of watch that. But the kind of the way that I treated football back then, just because I was never in a place long enough to really appreciate anything or appreciate a fan base or appreciate whatever on football. I've always just been a fan of football. So I always kind of followed, like I said, a player, or I'd always watch kind of the team that I was where I just happened to be, except for when I was in DC, I would never follow the Redskins. But I followed, I followed Tampa Bay back in the early 2000s when Gruden left the Raiders and went over there. And then I kind of bounced around and was just kind of a football fan. But I ran into, actually, he was a customer of mine. And this was probably 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I don't remember exactly when. But I ran into a friend of, well, he's now a friend. And he kind of, we had the discussion. I walked into his house. His house was his showroom. He sells audio. You guys probably know Ross Ricks. So I walked into Ross's house, walked into his theater, and he had Raiders shit everywhere, right? And so I was like, oh, you're a Raiders fan? He's like, yeah, what about you? And I told him my story. I was like, you know what? I love football. I've kind of just followed teams. I never really could follow the Cowboys because they're painful. The owner absolutely is an idiot. And so I never gravitated towards that. But Ross and I started having a discussion. And I told him, I said, look, man, I'm just a fan of the game. I'm a fan of football. I love watching the sport. And he said, well, he goes, I'll make you a Raiders fan. And I was like, yeah, okay, well, good luck. Because I've never really gravitated towards anything. And so he called me about 2 weeks later and said, hey, what are you doing on this date? And I said, I don't know why. And he goes, well, you're going to come to Oakland. And I said, okay. And I said, why is that? And he goes, I have you tickets. I have you a ticket to the Raiders game. And I said, all right, cool. I said, I'll come because I love football. Right. So out of respect, I showed up. I bought a Raiders. All I had was a Raiders t-shirt, right? Just the Raiders t-shirt was a great t-shirt with a black shield on it.
That's all you need, baby.
Yeah. And it's the Raiders on it. So I was like, all right, you know what? Out of respect, I'm going to respect the team. I don't know much about them at the time. But I'm gonna show up and I'll cheer for the Raiders because he invited me. Dude, I'm not kidding you. I walked into the parking lot and we were going to see one of his buddies, and one of his buddies was a chef in Oakland, and he was down at the other end of the parking lot. It took us almost an hour to get from one end of the parking lot to the other end of the parking lot. And because I had a Raiders shield on, they treated me like I was family.
Amen. That's what I was gonna.
Yeah. So I mean, we bounced back and forth between this tailgate and this tailgate and this tailgate and this tailgate, and just kind of did this the whole way down. And I was like, man, this is really fucking cool. Like, these people don't know me from Adam, right? And because I'm wearing a shield and I have Raiders. And I was like, the minute I walked in that parking lot, I was sold within 5 minutes. And then I got to go to the game. And when I walked into the Coliseum and I sat in my seat, and like I said, Ross was down in his seats. Ross sat opposite of the black hole on the other end of the end zone, right? And he had me seats up in, I think it was called the club level, but
second tier. But
yeah. So I sat up there by myself, and man, just the energy, the passion, it didn't matter if they were down by 20.
Smell of weed, maybe?
Yeah. Well, that and piss, probably. But it was fantastic. I mean, I left that game and I went, wow, this is what it's like to be family, what it's like to be like, it was the most incredible experience.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, do you remember what year that was?
Shit, I don't remember. It was probably, like I said, it was 5-6 years ago, pre-COVID.
Park.
How long's Crosby been in the league?
Going on his 6th year now. Is that correct, Jack?
It was his rookie season.
2018.
It was his rookie season.
Okay, and then that's when you went. Wow, that's awesome. That's amazing. I'm going to bring Jack Kenna on real quick. Hold on, Jack. Let me finish up with DJ. Then thank you, sir, Jack Kenna. So DJ, so that's the rookie Max Crosby year that you went on, and
rookie season. It was a Monday night opener against the Donkeys. I do remember that.
So So then let me ask you this. After you saw, you felt that energy, you felt that love, that all nation love. Like, and that's what I was saying is I get how some people still think we have this bad stigma on us, but overall, like I'm telling you, man, we're some of the most positive fans, if I'm being honest. Like if I can argue it, we are some of the most positive fans, because some of these other fans, they can get downright pretty rude, you know?
Yeah.
But you know, JD, DJ, I don't know which way you want me to call you, brother, but
it doesn't matter. I'll answer either way.
All right. So when you became that and you were like, all right, I'm in, I'm going to be a Raider fan. Did you start going back into the old footages and checking out 60s, 70s, 80s?
Yeah, my thing is I have to, like, when I finally did, because look, you got to understand, like I had a huge, whatever you want to call it, disassociation disorder, whatever, because my thing is I moved every 4 years, right? So I never really would get focused on something and never stick to it, because I knew in 4 years that boom, I was going on to the next thing. So I had a huge problem with that. And that's why even with football, like I said, I was moving all the time. So it was really hard for me to because like my thing is when I dive in, like it's all in, right? Like I want to know everything about it. And so when I made that decision, I was like, all right, now I got to go and I need to learn everything I can. And so I dove in head first and learned everything I could, and went back and tried to study history and learn as much as I could, and you know, go back through when they started and all that stuff. So yeah, absolutely 100%. And like I said, it was crazy to me because it, you know, and I'd been to other football games. I've been, you know, I'd been to, and all my family's from Colorado, so they're all freaking god awful Donkeys fans, right? And I was like,
I get that.
That's ever gonna freaking happen. But so I'd been to Mile High and watched games there. I'd been to the old I can't remember the DC stadium, but back in the 90s when the Redskins were playing, I've been to games. Yeah, I went.
There you go. Thank you, Captain Jack. And RFK.
Yeah. So I mean, hell, I went and saw Rams games when they were in St. Louis and things like that. So I've been all over the place, and it was just I never got the experience.
Like the Raider Nation gave you, right?
No, absolutely not. Yeah. And like I said,
we are honored to have you, sir. We are honored to, and thank you for taking care of our brother, Captain Jack. We really do appreciate that.
I will always do that. He's a brother. He's a fellow shipmate. You know, and he knows that he's always welcome here in my house and never needs an invite. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, we bring Jack Chyna on, and I was asking about the history because I want to say it was 2 months ago. I gave a whole soliloquy on Raider history. This is way before the draft. And I was saying how you have all these people saying, especially the newer generation, they're saying you're a Raider fan. But if you don't know our history, then you don't understand how we win. And the way we win is through the trenches, and we beat people down. That's how we win. I mean, if you want to talk about the Raider way ain't flashy and sexy. It's we're gonna pound you, and we're gonna smash you, and we're gonna impose our will on you, right? Mm-hmm. So I on that soliloquy, and I'm gonna find it, Captain Jack. It was on the Wild Wild West show, because I'm gonna clip it and I'm gonna see if we could repost it.
Oh, I talked about Jim, and then make sure you shove it down a certain person's throat.
But during that soliloquy, I talked about that when everybody in the world thinks about football and they talk about football and their love for football and grit, all of this, I said, there's one name associated with that. There's one name associated with this, and that's Jim Otto. And of course we heard that. So I want to bring Jack Chyna on and talk to us a little bit about that. The great Jim Otto. Go ahead, Jack.
Salute, brothers. Angelo, Cap, DJ, thank you for sharing your story, brother.
Absolutely.
I always love hearing about, how someone becomes a Raider fan. And Roth, people call Rafa. I still say Roth from like the early days. So thank you guys for bringing me on. I just want to hop in here for a couple minutes. Otto. We talk about like stories. My first game was 1975, Candlestick. Otto retired in 74. But everything I've seen from him, and I watched his tape, I watched it. He drew me in, and like, you know, being in the booth of Al Davis, he is like the Raider, not a Raider, the Raider. And I only own one jersey, and Cap seen me wear it. We met together. I only own one jersey. It's Otto. And I really had a hard time. It was really hard. I might break down again.
Hey, that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead, brother.
You know, and with Otto, it's like he's literally the best center we ever had. So JPJ, I was so proud. I'm like, man, finally we're getting another guy coming in here who can like do this. You know, after Hudson, we've had center after center at center. The Raiders have like brought guys in. It's like now we got another one in JPJ. But Otto, he's tied to my community, my roots. I've shown Captain the pictures of like, you know, the house that he had in Yuba City, which is the house I said after he sold it, I'm like, I want to buy it. I want to buy that house. I want to buy that house. I want to be a part of it. You know, when the Raiders had like, you know, a Raider store in the Art and Fair Mall in Sacramento, I missed him 3 times. He came in there. He had owned his Burger Kings and stuff like that. I'd miss him every single time. He's the one player I've wanted to meet. I have the utmost respect for him. And he is like the biggest Raider that's been in a Raider ever.
Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, wait, no. There's nothing to be sorry about when you are recounting how special, and I will say this in no disrespect to Tim Brown.
No disrespect, ever. I mean, I love Timmy B. I'm a Notre Dame guy. I'm a huge Notre Dame guy. And I watched him at Notre Dame. I saw him play against Stanford in college.
Wait a second. Because Tim Brown calls himself Mr. Raider. No disrespect there, Tim, but you are maybe second generation Mr. Raider. But the only Mr. Raider that I recognize is now the recently departed Jim Otto. So that will always be, when you say who was Mr. Raider, it's Jim Otto. So you'll have nothing to apologize about for how choked up you are on his passing. No problem at all, sir.
I didn't even know it until I started watching the show tonight, and it broke me down. It broke me down. It's like, you know, I have one jersey, just one. And it's like the only jersey I ever wanted an autograph on was that jersey. And then I could put it in a frame and put it on my wall. And then I'll buy another jersey, which could, you know, probably would be Tim Brown. Notre Dame, I'm a huge Notre Dame guy, Irish Catholic. Tim Brown, I saw him, you know, play against Stanford when he was in college. But, man, it's like the passing of him, it hurt. It really hurts. Now, I'm getting off track. I'm just sorry. I'm emotional.
You know what? One of the things that I talk about with everyone and why I love the Captain Jack Rackham show and the Captain Jack Rackham channel is it's not Captain Jack's so cool that he's not trying to get clickbaits. He's not trying to get hits, right? Sure, he'd love you guys to, of course, you know, press the like buttons like I always ask you to do. Keep chatting on the chat room because what it does is it helps Captain Jack's channel's algorithm so that he gets more and more subscribers. And it's not like Captain Jack's rich right now. So
share like, right?
I need a GoFundMe and a fucking OnlyFans myself, but I don't have it yet.
Hey, so Captain Jack, you might get a lot of money for the OnlyFans.
There you go. Hey, no. Speaking of OnlyFans, there you go. Something right here. There you go.
All right. So no, but I was gonna say, Jack, that one of the great things about this channel is that's what Captain Jack does. He brings in true Raider fans, people who really love it, people who are really into it, and he brings them together. You know, I mean, Captain Jack.
Well, I agree. I agree with that. Like, you know, Captain and I have met twice now. We've met twice because, you know, we're brothers, we're kindred spirits and, heart. And, I thank God that, Cap came out and hung out and, with Ed, like, coming up to the NorCal area. And Angelo, I'm so glad that, you helped Cap out.
Of course.
And it did a show. And I do agree with you on the FLYYYYYYYING stuff. I've been on that boat train for a long time. So when we did not draft FLYYYYYYYING at 13, I was like,
we were all shocked, Jack. We were all, that's why I had to bring it on that night. Like there was no show and I'm listening to everyone. And then I put it on and Captain Jack knows I'm the co-captain. So I just went on. I didn't even ask Captain Jack. I'm like, I'm going on.
Yeah, and by the way, you're still going to get reprimanded. You're going to be fined for that, but that's
for
okay.
the 5.5 hour one. Okay. So, but then next thing you know, during that draft day, you got Stuart Schwaggart coming on, and then Captain Jackson Detroit, he's coming on. Then everybody just started, Rafa came on, and everybody started coming in, and then they all started talking about it, right, Jack? And that's what we needed is we needed to kind of let it out, like. And in the beginning, I was just like you, Jack, because I wanted FLYYYYYYING, and when you really want, and DJ, you can understand this. You know how you love players, right? I told Captain Jack before anyone even knew about FLYYYYYYING.
It's on tape. It's on tape.
I totally fell in love with him, and I'm like,
I heard you say that. You're the first one.
I was the first one, and when we had a chance to get him, I was like, oh my God, it's gonna happen. So imagine what it's like for a guy who loves players just like you, DJ, right? And then they passed on him. So, and to be fair, I didn't study Brock Bowers because I didn't even.
No one did. Who would have? I mean, a top 6 guy going to number 13. All the quarterbacks dropping down to us. So now looking back on it, I'm like, I like it. As being a Notre Dame guy, I'm a Notre Dame guy. 100 Mayors is a beast. Yep. He led the whole offense for Notre Dame over the years. From freshman to senior, he led that offense. And then it's like, we drafted a tight end. And FLYYYYYYING was there. I was like, what are we doing? We were
just confused. That's all that happened, right, Jack? We were just confused. And
one second here. I apologize there, Angelo. When I came on, what was the thing that I said as well? I wanted FLYYYYYYING, but I understood the ramifications of getting the best player, not just best player, the best option, the best offensive player available that was not named Marvin Harrison Jr., the best offensive player available because Harrison Jr. was that. But we got the best player offensively that was available that was a stud. A two-time Mackey Award winner.
We potentially have the
award winner.
We got the best offensive player, period.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, and we got him. So again, did I want FLYYYYYYING? Sure. But when you can say I wanted FLYYYYYYING, hey Mac Daddy, good to see you over there on Twitch. Thanks for coming in, sir. I got one Twitch guy. Thanks, EMAC. But when we got him, I said, hey, we didn't get him, but we got JPJ. And then I have to listen. And yes, I am sorry for belaboring the fact that I'm pissy about a certain person that's on another show that says we don't know what the fuck we're doing. Okay.
Well, clearly he doesn't know. Captain Jack.
Can I have some fun with this? JPJ from another content creator. Bang! 100 run right there. JPJ. Hey, oh my God. Everyone's saying incognito. I'm staying Steve Wisniewski. I'm going back for
those are all nice. Those are all nice.
Hey, Cap, can I just ask?
So for me, I was saying because. Oh, go ahead, Cap. You go.
No. DJ was wanting to say something. Go ahead, sir.
You mentioned something about somebody should know, and I'm assuming you're referring to somebody that was on the other podcast that you got pissed off at. But anyways, if there's anybody, if he really knew his team, right, he should know the GM that we now have, correct? So
and he hates that
GM.
He was belittling him.
Yeah,
well,
he was belittling
him.
Well, the only reason they have some decent players nowadays is because of Telesco, right? And we were talking about this earlier.
Yes.
We were talking about this earlier on the show, so I don't know who was on here before. And the funny thing is the Bowers pick did not surprise me one bit, and here's why. Because Telesco, like we said earlier, if you really study, it's cool to go fall in love with players, and it's like, okay, we need this need, and this need. I'm a huge Fuaga fan as well, and I thought that's who we should have drafted. However, I'm not disappointed in what we picked, because the one thing is, as soon as Telesco was hired, what did I go do? I went and researched everything about the guy and tried to figure out exactly what his philosophies are, how he drafts. And if you go look back at that, he is a best player available no matter what draft guy. That's just what he does, right? So when the draft pick came up, and it was funny because I was in Detroit, I didn't get to get up with you guys, Jack, because by the time I got there with all my friends that are from Detroit, they shut the draft down. So
yeah, you'll be fine for that too. But you took care of that tonight. So don't worry.
Hey, Captain Jack, real quick. So we got about what, maybe 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Captain Jack, how you doing, sir?
let me go ahead and let Raph
keep it rolling.
speak a little bit. Thanks, Raph, for being so patient. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Ralph.
No,
Rob,
I know
get
it's gonna
it,
be
get it,
like
get it
a
in, get it
short
out, and I
thing,
want to hear from
but
Emac too.
I
Go
know
ahead,
the
sir.
season is gonna be so realistic right now because after we just drafted a back-to-back tight end from Georgia Bulldogs versus Brock Bowers, also we just got Tommy Atchenberg. He brought that bias from Robert Spillane, and I really loved it because the linebacker room is gonna be fully loaded, also for the tight end. But of course, I mean, what I just heard about for the Raider Nation. And I gotta tell you for this one, because I know it's gonna be like very emotional, but when I was watching all the social media comments that about that the Raider Nation represent, but I gotta tell you for this one, and I'm not gonna kid him, folks, because it's gonna be real. Because if you know about the history of the organization, you see a lot of players who became trailblazers of this organization. People don't forget about how incredible about for Flores, Jim Plunkett. Also, they just got Cliff Branch as now as Speed Keels, Charles Woodson. I mean, I gotta tell you for this one, Raider Nation is all about diversity, no matter what color your skin, no matter what country you represent. And of course, it's all about culture, loyalty, tradition, respect. Because if you represent for the Raider Nation, you're welcome, because there's no holding back. No holding back, because once you go to the Silver and Black experience, you never come back, because it's all about for the tradition. If you know about the history of an organization, I mean, you're great, because if you saw for the Raiders from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, everything, because who's going to stop us? Nobody. Because I know that some person, they just laughing in their house and they just say, oh, they got the worst team. But I got to tell you for this one, I want to see the team succeed. Because after the whole disaster of Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler, it became like a downhill. But with Antonio Pierce, I have enough confidence to see the team succeed, because it's about to play with ill intent, violence, and of course, much aggressive, because it's all about the Raider way. It's not about the Patriot way. What about it? It's all about the Raider way, the only Raider way. And I gotta tell you for this one, if you don't represent for the Raider Nation, then how the hell is it gonna happen with it? Because we represent the Raider Nation no matter what. Because no matter if your country represented, this is whole worldwide. And we are, well, I'm sorry I had to curse it at all, because Raiders, we're just like the baddest motherfucker team on the planet, and you can never stop us.
There you go. And
How
Rafa,
you
that's
doing, Captain
well
Jack?
said. Well said. And again, and Rafa is
Well done, Raph.
Rafa is I would say a relatively new convert to the nation, because Rafa was hanging out with a bunch of us on YouTube, and
Yes.
and we introduced him to the ways of the Silver and Black, and he came in much like DJ or JD, whatever the fuck he is this second. He was out there in the parking lot with the nation, and he saw the way that the nation treated him. That's why JD's here. That's why Rafa's here. That's why we're all here. So I want to say thank you, Rafa, for that, it's true. It's all about the nation. It's all about the nation. And
Hey, Rob, you are internationally known, brother.
Yeah,
we all
there
see
you
you, brother. I see you all the time, man. I love you, man.
And again, blessings, Rob. I do want to, if I'm allowed to, real quick, I want to try to get EMAC on here because EMAC has been, who watches my Twitch. He's my one Twitch guy. He's my one Twitch
Captain
guy.
Jack, how you doing,
EMAC,
man?
I'm good. Good to see you, sir.
I actually do got a Raider question. I know it might be late. It's about the draft.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Do you guys feel like you should draft Jaden McDaniels?
We should have drafted Jaden. No,
not at all.
No.
I mean, you guys.
I'll tell you the reason why. If they wanted Jaden McDaniels bad enough, they would have went up and picked him up at number 2. If they wanted him bad enough, and it don't say that, well, the price was too high. The price was astronomical. But if you want somebody bad enough and you say, this is the guy we're going to come in, plug and play, this is our quarterback of the future, you go and get him. But we didn't get him because the price was too high and it wasn't worth that price. And then everybody was saying that the Falcons went and threw a monkey wrench in, and when they drafted Michael Penix, okay, maybe, because I don't know if it was that guy, maybe that would have been the guy. And maybe they would have had their backup plan to get Bo Nix. We don't know this. This is all conjecture. It's all conjecture. But the point is when it came time to pick our pick at number 13, baby, we're looking at Brock Bowers, the best available offensive player not named Marvin Harrison Jr., plug and play. You got a double tight end set that rivals history of Raymond Chester and Dave Casper.
Absolutely. You just said it, Cap.
We're going to use that for what
you
we
just said it.
Thank you,
Most people don't know that, but that's what it is.
Is Michael Merritt good?
I gotta tell you for this one, what are those reasons that we didn't draft Jaden Daniels? Because number one, all the quarterbacks were fully got overloaded because right now it doesn't seem like a great idea to get fit in. And number two, the reason we didn't draft a quarterback for the first draft is because the strategy was simply correct. Defense first, and then we got to take care about the wide receiver, the cornerback, also for the running back. Because right now we just had Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connor, so all the quarterbacks are being gone for the first draft. So there's like a lot of persons they want to see so bad Jaden Daniels or bonus because they're for the connection from LCU. But I just say no because it's not about for the price. It's about like the defense and of course the defense.
I don't know about that.
Well, hey, go ahead, EMAC.
EMAC, I got to ask now, who do you follow in football, and why would you say maybe that's a bit extraordinary, the best draft in 21 years? Go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm mainly a Seahawks fan, of course.
That's right. We went over this. Go ahead. And hey, that's fine. And again, so you know about how to put a team together.
Yeah.
You know about that.
Yeah. And by the way, I remember being captain before. So while I was at my work, now I'm actually been at my house at better Wi-Fi.
Good for you, sir. Yes.
Anyway, do you guys think what do you think of the Raiders getting Christian Wilkins? And what is your honest thoughts?
You know what? I'm gonna let Angelo and everybody else answer that. Normally we cut it at 2 hours. If we go over, don't worry about it. Angelo,
you sure, Cap? Because we won't be able to replay this.
I know it's unfortunate. Go ahead, okay. Angelo.
No, Christian Wilkins. I did an entire show with Protect the Shield podcast host Chris Kimber. We did it here on the Captain Jack Rackham channel. We did a whole Trenches episode. So, guys, if you want to listen to that whole thing, Chris actually predicted that we were going to get Christian Wilkins, and we were all talking about it. We did a whole 20 minutes. We did the stats. We did everything because that was the guy we wanted. Now, Captain Jack originally months ago was talking about us getting Chris Jones, and that would be a double positive. But in all honesty,
I said I thought that the price for Chris Jones would have been a bit much. It would have been cool that we take something away from the Chiefs, which is a win-win. They don't have them, we do. But I said, don't be surprised if the consolation prize is Christian Wilkins of the Miami Dolphins.
Right. And Christian Wilkins really is the guy, EMAC. This is just my opinion. I'm actually going to want to hear what DJ says about Christian Wilkins, because for me, you know, football, EMAC, football is my passion, but my profession prior to football was boxing and MMA. That's what I was doing, right? So what, you know, when you're passionate and it's something that you're going over everything. So I'm watching the HBO Miami Dolphins thing, and the minute I saw Christian Wilkins in his locker room antics, and he's pulling towels, and he's partnering up with I'm forgetting the other gentleman's name that he's lineman's with, I already fell in love. I was like, that guy should be a Raider. That's a Raider guy. Like, that's exactly the way you should be. Like, let yourself loose and feel that way. So me personally, I love Christian Wilkins, and I think he is an amazing investment. I think the price is only going to go up for that position. And the fact that we already locked him up, and we locked him up in his prime, he's only going to ascend. So I'm happy about it. And I think that people are overlooking the fact that we have this big boy named Marquand McCall, who's like 360 pounds. He's going to be a 2-down, double team that man. And then now you got Christian Wilkins, Tyree Wilson, Coons, Crosby. The NASCAR is going to be nasty this year, guys. It's going to be nasty. But go ahead, DJ. What do you think about Christian Wilkins?
Yeah, no, look, I love the pick. Love the pick. I loved the pickup, I should say. And the reason why is he was great in Miami. Everybody likes to say, oh, well, he only had one good year, and that's why he's getting paid. And one good year or not, he still put up statistics on the Dolphins. And what I love about it is he just fits, right? And the NFL for me, well, if you look at the NFL is really scheme fit, right? And I think he fits perfectly in with our defense. And you can only get better if you're surrounded by great people. And look who he's already kind of side-by-sided with, and that's the Condor, Mad Max. So him and Mad Max have kind of hit it off. They're hanging out. They're doing things together. And I think Max is only going to up his level of performance, even though it was great. I think we'll see. I mean, only time will tell. But I loved the pickup. I loved the signing, and I think he's only going to excel and exceed what he did last year. So, it was. I mean, it's just awesome, and you can tell just the things that he says, the excitement that he has, the fit that he's already fit in with the players, and then, like I said, he's just been side by side with Max, and it's only going to go up from there. And look at, I mean, the minute we did that, we haven't changed a whole lot outside of that, other than what we did with the draft. And we're already predicted to be top 10, if not top 8 defense this year, which is crazy.
Oh, but we're going to suck.
Right. That's the other thing.
The Raiders are making the playoffs, Captain Jack. Let me tell you why. First of all,
tell us, E-Mac. I'm going to put you on solo. Tell us why the Raiders are going to make the playoffs.
I think they're going to go 10-7, which is actually be enough for you guys to be able to make it. 2, I don't think the Ravens are going to be as good for what people think, because them losing Mike McDonald, they're screwed. They overpaid Derrick Henry. Lamar, I think, will have more rushing yards than King Henry. I'm sorry if I'm going off topic. I think the reason why they're going to make the playoffs is because the fact that they have a coach that has a good personnel. Their defense is going to be like top 10, top 5. And I think their offense is only going to keep getting better too.
Well, I'm glad that you think that, Emac. I wish, Emac, I don't know if you get a chance to see. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to keep picking at this wound. The Wild Wild West show that's on Wednesdays, because I know it's not on Twitch. You'd have to actually come over to YouTube to watch it. Okay. I'm normally on there on Wednesdays, but not until I get back to Florida. It'll be Wednesdays, 7:30 Eastern would be 4:30 Pacific time. Come on over to my channel and watch it. Well, by the way, a plug. this Wednesday, definitely not doing the Wild Wild West, but I will be doing NFL Nation Live this Wednesday.
Ooh.
Upcoming.
What's
Can we have that on the Captain Jack channel too?
Oh yeah, that's on the Captain Jack channel.
Hey,
Okay.
Cap, send my stuff over to Angelo. You know, behind the scenes, you know, send my stuff to Angelo. The Wild Wild West show, I went on there and there was only 2 guys.
Yeah, and that's the thing is
yeah.
I sent it to
There was
Bishop.
only 2
but I don't
guys.
know what
You know,
happened.
that's one of my favorite shows.
Man.
Okay, no, Jack, you should go on. So let me get Captain Jack. Give me Jack Kenna's info, and I'll
Absolutely,
send it to.
dude.
I'll go
Okay.
send it to Rich.
Yeah.
That way they can get Jack Kenna to go do it.
Yeah. Hey, Emac, did you have anything else, sir? I wanted to make sure you were here, sir.
I really do think Antonio Pierce is going to win Coach of the Year, and Max Crosby is going to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Say that
And
again for us.
Hey,
Max
Please,
Crosby,
say that again.
Go.
Pierce Coach of the Year.
I love it.
Wow.
He's
I love
welcome
it.
here anytime, guys. He is welcome.
I think
Emac
they
is
are
welcome
going to-
anytime.
and he's not a shill. This is his own opinion from a fan of football and the Seattle Seahawks.
That's just my hot take as well. So, anyway, and yes, I do think the Raiders will make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Maybe they can go wild card divisional round, but I don't know about far.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you know what, Emac? I think we're going to surprise some people.
Yep.
I really do. I think we're going to surprise. And the first big surprise, and yes, I want to shove it up Robert Garcia's ass sideways and twist it.
Cap, I need to talk about that, man.
Angeles. No, I'm sorry, Jack. It got real personal when the person was telling that I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, and then
I must have missed it.
and then was talking over me, so I wasn't able to talk. That's ignorance, and that's a big push button issue. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about, and the Raiders didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Yada 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 yada. Fuck you.
Oh yeah,
Okay?
one thing too.
Go ahead, sir.
Running back for this year
Our running backs?
with Jacobs being gone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be Zeus. It's going to be Zamir White. And, you know, he's going to be the workhorse. And then you got, obviously, there's going to be a competition between Amir Abdullah and our draft pick, Dylan Hobby, you know, to be that guy that's going to come in and spell him. Okay. And again, Bowers is actually going to be lining up in the backfield at times and like as an H-back. So he's going to be like somebody that's multiple in that position. You know, there are other backs. You know, I don't know if Sincere is going to last. I don't know if Britton Brown is finally going to make his way onto the chart after coming out of UCLA a couple of years ago. He's been on the IR for 2 years. And then you got, and thank you there, Matt Marinovich. Then we had like basically a 3-player swap between the Vikings, the Packers, and the Raiders, where the Vikings running back comes to the Raiders. That's Mr. Madison.
Yeah.
Then you have the Raiders running back going to the Packers, obviously Josh Jacobs. Then you had the Packers running back going to the Vikings, and I think that was Jones. So you basically had like a 3-player swap amongst those 3 teams. And again, Madison is RB2 as of right now. And again, Hollywood, thanks for coming aboard.
Were you guys upset about Josh Jacobs being gone?
Absolutely.
Emac, real quick before we go. 2 things, Captain Jack. Number 1, is it possible to have 7? Because I can't get the other person on. I think it's Anthony
Provencia.
Yes, sir.
AP.
How's it going?
Oh.
Okay, yeah, because I couldn't like
Couldn't
switch
figure
him
that
in
out,
for some reason. And then the second thing is I want to put this up. Hollywood is watching us right now, so Hollywood, you know, I wanted to go ahead and say this because I don't know if you got to watch the Fan Talk Friday, but I was talking about you and Captain Jack when I was doing my soliloquy about how important you guys have all been to me during this time of me going through the liver transplant recovery. I just want to shout out Hollywood Raider first. I want to thank you so much for inviting me. And I believe it's Lorena Raider, right, Captain Jack? I mean, I know her as Anna, but it's
Loretta.
Yeah, Loretta.
L.A. Raider.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Laredo Raider, Hollywood Raider. I want to thank you for letting me in your home, and that's a very big deal. And you guys know, Captain Jack, I don't go out very much because
No,
you know the reason
he
for
came
it.
out. He came out to see us with his MP55 mask and everything, and and he took a picture with us too. So I guess we don't have cooties.
There you go.
And it's been enough time. It's been enough time. And again, I'm not trying to jinx anything, Angelo, but I think it's been enough time that they probably something would have happened by now. Correct?
Oh yes, sir. Yeah, no, and
closer to the
this
Wi-Fi.
weekend
There you
again,
go.
I just hit my 22-year marker, or 22-month marker. Every month it matters that the rejection's not happening, and we just keep counting it down. When I hit the 2-year marker, I'm gonna ask if I could at least, is it possible for me to at least see some of you guys, like what DJ was talking about? Can I go to the parking lot and if I I gotta ask the transplant team and see if they'll allow it, because even on a preseason I'd love to see at least. But Captain Jack, when you start coming here, I'm gonna see you on those private times, and backyard works out perfect.
With permission of Hollywood and with permission of whichever bimbo's in my room at the Alara.
Right, of course.
That's a joke, guys. But anyway, I just had to say it,
Yeah, I know. He's just kidding. And Hollywood said anytime. So again, I
go.
appreciate you welcoming me into the family, Hollywood. I really do. So thank you so much. Thank you to you and Anna. I really appreciate it. And I can't wait to see you guys again soon. So, anyways, go ahead. I know Captain Jack's on this trip about this kid. Let me put this up what Edward did. But go ahead, Anthony. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I think you're cool. Transplant. I was always wondering, what did you need a transplant for? Like, did you get? I know you were boxing. You're a boxing dude. Was it from boxing or?
No, not at all. So, so what I was doing as my profession is I've been a martial artist all my life. I was born in the Philippines, and
I thought maybe you talked with mad liver shot or something like you took.
No. It was so I was training a bunch of fighters. And so the whole story that
oh yeah, I know.
HRSA.gov. If you guys want to look it up, it's the health resource for the United States, and it gives you education about it. So they just did this whole story on it where I was completely healthy, Anthony. Like I, or at least in my head, I'm holding mitts for heavyweights. I'm training all these different people. I mean, like I'm doing a little sparring here. That I would never have thought. So, in fact, my last Raider game was, post COVID, January 9th, 2022, 60,000 people, Chargers game, Rich Bisaccia. I mean, it was amazing. I was there with my brother. Everything's great. So I never would have thought that 4 months later, July 4th weekend, I'm going to get rushed to the hospital here at Mountain View Hospital and then told, hey, you got about 30 days, maybe. You got 30 days. And I remember even looking at the doctor saying, and then what do we do? And he says, then we do nothing. Because the only thing we can do is if we could somehow find a place that can get you a liver transplant, right? Because there is no liver transplant centers here in the entire state of Nevada. So lucky for me, a miracle happened, and a nonprofit group of doctors stepped up from Riverside, California, Inland Empire, Raider Nation looking out for me again. The Inland Empire came through. I don't know what happened to Anthony, by the way. Cap, sorry.
No, I don't know what happened to Anthony, but I wanted to interject that EMAC had to go, so I just wanted to, because it's hard to try to get a word in edgewise on Angelo when he's up to speed. So
Angelo.
But again, Angelo, thank you for that. EMAC, sorry that you had to go, and Anthony, please come back. There you go, sir.
Angelo, Jaw's a boxer, so he's a fighter just like you. So, and you're fighting for your life. I love you, man. Salute you, brother. I got nothing but love, man. You and Jaw, I always say J-A, capital J-A in my chats. I see them all the time. You guys will get along really well.
J.A. Raider, he should hook him up with me.
Oh, I gotta tell you, because I'm about to hop off right now because I gotta do some stuff right now. But thanks for having me and talking about for the Raiders. Salute to Jack Chyna, Reyes Botsy, and Angelo, Captain Jack. Always much love and respect. And nice to meet you, Mr. DJ Singleton. I know you're a fan of the Las Vegas Raiders and Dallas Mavericks. So I got to tell you for the basketball, and I hope it's going to be clipped at all. Mavericks in 7. There's no holding back. They're going to lose against Denver Broncos. They're going to lose against Denver Nuggets.
They're not playing Denver. They're playing they're playing the Timberwolves. Timberwolves actually won by 8.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
The Timberwolves won.
Timberwolves won. So Rafa, you wanna amend that? You think that the T-Wolves
Dallas is gonna go to the finals, man.
Yeah, this is gonna be so excited. So I gotta tell you, Dallas Mavericks in 7. So I hope it's not gonna be wrong about it. So yes.
Okay, so Mavs in 7 over the T-Wolves. Okay, thank you there,
Yep.
Rafa. And I know you have to go, Garner. And thanks for coming in.
All right, salute to everybody. And
Good to see you, Rob.
Salute to Prezzo's Raider, TNBC family.
TNBC, never heard of it. No, I'm just kidding. The Nation's Booster Club with the president Oso. TNBC, the Nation's Booster Club of Las Vegas with Hollywood as their president. Very TNBC friendly. They know. And again, positives for TNBC. There you go. See, I knew he was going to get something out of it. There you go. I knew he was going to get something out of the closet. There you go. So blessings to TNBC, Oso, and Hollywood. Very TNBC friendly here. Go ahead. Whoever was talking,
I was explaining to Anthony. Anthony, come back. Anthony, come back because he was asking about.
Go, AP. Come on back, bro.
Yeah, Anthony.
Anthony, come back, Anthony.
Okay, he said he.
I went on the show last night to defend AP, but the host was like, not very good.
Because you were asking a very important question.
Anthony had to go. Go ahead, Angelo.
Yeah.
Answer.
No, I want to explain it to Anthony. So basically, I'm glad you asked that, and thank you because May is Hepatitis Awareness Month, and you'll notice that the government's pushing it a lot. You're going to see it on your text. Hey, go get your hepatitis shots. Because it's becoming this thing now where everybody's starting to realize what happened to me, which is you could walk around, DJ, looking healthy all you want. But if you haven't gotten that liver panel checked and you haven't done your hepatitis panel tests, you might have it. And that's why it's called the silent killer, is because 3 people out of the 3 people that have it, 2 people don't even know. And that's what happens. And all these stats are starting to come out by the FDA, by the CDC. It's Hepatitis Awareness Month. Today is Hepatitis Test Day. So May 19th is go get yourself tested, please, for hepatitis. But that's what happened with me is I was born in the Philippines. And if you could believe this or not, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, up to 70% of us has this disease. And we don't even know we were born with it. And you're just born with it. So especially if you were born between the years of 1970 to 1983, you most likely have it. And if you haven't gotten tested yet, at some point it's going to kick in and you don't know. And it literally was, my son graduated from high school May 31st. I was feeling fine. We were at the sugar factory. I was seeing the family. Right. And then Anthony, a week later, the only symptom I felt is I was just tired. But I figured I was tired because we had just finished with all of the chemotherapies and all of the radiation from my wife battling cancer. And then, the year prior, my son had just had his 10th heart surgery. So I was I honestly was just saying to myself in that month of June, I'm just probably just worn down from all the stress and all the things in life. So everything's fine. And again, being in martial arts and boxing and, you kind of tough things out. You know what I'm talking about, guys. Jack, Captain, you guys know, DJ, right? You just tough it out. You're like, I'm fine. Let me go drink some toxics and whatnot, or cleaning and whatnot, doing everything. And then, they rushed me to the hospital. And then when they rushed me there, that's when I was told, hey, you have this disease and that, you're going to die. And that's why I'm always asking Raider Nation, number one, please, man, don't get so mad. Don't get so mad, Captain Jack. Don't get so mad because it's not worth it. All right. It's you have this one life and every minute that we have with each other, we should just be blessed with it. and let's just be as positive as we can. That's first thing. Second thing, Raider Nation, man, I'm just giving you education, so don't hate me for this, but the majority of you who are Asian, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander, you might have this. So just go get tested. It's easy. When you do a blood work, just ask them to add liver function and hepatitis panel. That's it. Then you're going to find out what you got exactly. And you're going to know.
So, Angelo, is there like age range on that? Because my wife is Japanese.
Okay, perfect.
My
Japanese
sons are half and half.
One of the ones. Oh, yeah. She was born in Japan also?
No, in the United States.
Okay. But obviously her parents were born in Japan. So
one was Japan and one was in the United States.
So it's definitely good for her to just get a liver function test and also a hepatitis panel, and just do it the one time. It'll come out. She should be fine, Jack Henna. But again, I thought the same thing. Everything should be fine, and then you're not, right? Now I'm saying this to Raider Nation. So DJ, I see you tatted up. Bro, tattoos are one of the big reasons why you either contracted hepatitis C or now they're called, there's a new one, Delta E. So all you need to do, bro, is, I'm not saying you have it. I'm saying just get checked. And here's the thing. Hepatitis C, curable. They have the cure for it now. They can cure that. The sooner they find out what you got, the sooner they can cure it. The only one is the one I ended up having, which is chronic hep B. And I got that through childbirth. And that's what I'm talking about with the AA NHPI community, is if you have that one, then you need to get help right now. We need to make sure we start getting you some infusions or some injections or something, because if you don't, then what's going to happen to you? It's going to happen to me. You're going to get end life liver disease. And then the only way to save you is through a liver transplant. And when we could talk, and you guys could listen to a lot of the past shows. I've talked about it on the Captain Jack show. I've talked about it a lot on the Protect the Shield podcast. I've talked about it a lot with Stuart Schwaggart. In fact, me and Stuart Schwaggart, we've gotten really close over the last few months. Every time me and Stuart Schwaggart talk, it's mostly about life. You know, like we'll get a little football in there, and then we'll get some boxing in there, and then some MMA, but it's mostly about life. We're always talking about life, and that's one of those things. So I hope, I know it was long. I hope that answered that for you, Anthony. And yeah, no, I definitely, please, Raider Nation, please.
Don't ask Stu about Randy Moss. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
what did you say?
You don't ask him about Randy Moss. You also do not ask him about the former offensive coordinator for the Raiders. That's his really good friend. I can't remember the guy's name. He's the offensive coordinator from a couple of years ago. Good friend. Don't say anything about the offensive coordinator, not Randy Moss, or not the offensive coordinator. And I'm sorry, I forget what his name is. He's bounced around the league a lot, but don't mention him either.
Hey, Jack, I was going to tell you before you pop off on the private chat. I don't know if you know how to do that because you're in studio right now. Just type in your number so I can get it.
I don't know how to do it. So just get it from Cap.
Okay, I'll get it from Cap. All right.
Why the fuck do I got to be a conduit? I'm not fucking information.
Because, Cap, we've talked behind the scenes. We're friends. So
I know.
Get Angelo.
He's just messing with you, Jack.
I know.
I'll give it to Angelo, and then any other thing I need to pass, I will.
Hey, oh wait.
So I do have a question for you guys.
Raiders.
I got a couple questions. Like going back to the Raiders. This offensive line, JPJ, where is he going to play? I mean, where do you guys see him playing this year? And then next year, I see him playing a different position.
He's playing guard this year?
No. But what guard? Right. Left guard or right guard?
Whichever one is the one that they figure he's going to be best at. He's going to play guard this year, and then maybe next year, even though
going back to center.
Even though they gave James a big contract, I don't know the parameters of the contract. It would be
me too.
It would be interesting to see what the parameters of James's contract is. But if James is definitely slated to be the center this year, depending upon the way the contract for James is slated, it might be a 1 year and then JPJ moves to center? We don't know. And that's another reason. Yeah, I'm going to fucking pick this pick because certain people on certain fucking programs were calling the Raiders stupid for not having him at center. Well, you know what? There was a certain player that's in the Hall of Fame that was slated to be the left tackle, and he started at right tackle. And there were certain other players that are slated for
Gallery
X. No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about a Hall of Famer.
Okay,
I
said move to right tackle.
A Hall of Famer for the Ravens. Okay, he was slated to play left tackle. It was Jonathan Ogden, right?
Ogden. Okay, I got you.
He played right tackle his first year to get him into the speed of the league, and then the next year he moved over to left tackle. So
we warned him as a Raiders fan. We moved up to get that guy,
right?
But Ogden wasn't there, so we drafted the best tackle.
It doesn't fucking matter. It's like, for people that know, you learn the speed of the league. No matter how good you are, you learn the speed of the league, and then when you are ready in the eyes of the people that are your coaches, then they move you, not the other way around. Not because a fan says, oh, you're fucking stupid if you don't play him at center right there. Okay. Yeah. I'm coming after people that are fucking ignorant. And I'm just going to say, here it is. He will be a center eventually. If it's not next year, it'll be the year after that. And it's when he is ready to assume that position. And remember, it's also you get your best 5 players on the field at the same time. The best 5 that you have are going to be your best 5 offensive linemen, and you figure it out from there, okay? And since James is one of the best 5 that's on this line right now, for people that don't know shit and think they know more about other teams than their own team, again, you play your best 5 and you let it work out from there. So there you go. Yes, I know. Thank you, asshole.
Angelo, I have one question. I have one more. I'm at 7%. So Cap knows my phone is always dying. So I heard you mention someone earlier. One of my biggest concerns was John Jenkins, our nose tackle. And who's the backup?
Okay,
you mentioned the big boy earlier.
McCall, Kentucky. I did it on the Trenches show with Chris Kimber, and we talked about it. And I brought it up. Kentucky. He's basically as big as help me out, Cap. The guy from Texas, the one that everybody
Sweat.
Yes, he's as big as Sweat. Okay, he's and I'm not saying he is Sweat, but put him in our defense, and he might look a little bit like Sweat. You know what I mean? Because you put him next to Christian Wilkins, Tyree Wilson, Malcolm Kuntz, Max Crosby, McCall might. You guys might enjoy this big boy. You might just research him up a little bit, DJ, if you haven't yet, because you're gonna like McCall. I liked what I saw. Is all I'm saying. Cap, you agree?
Oh yeah. I mean, I tell you what. You can't teach size and speed, right? You can't teach that. You can have it, and then you teach technique, okay? When you're as big as that motherfucker is, okay? There you go. You teach if he's that big, and you teach the technique to go with that size. And if you are able to perform at that level that is needed, because you can just be big, but you got to be able, to perform. Okay. You can be as quick as Skeets Nehemiah was when he was playing for the 49ers, but if you can't catch the fucking ball, you're not going to be a wide receiver in the league very long. Okay. And if you can be as big as McCall is, he better be as good as William the Refrigerator Perry is, or even his brother, the microwave, whatever. Well, actually, I was Vinny, the other guy from the Detroit Pistons. But you better be big, strong, and available, and can work that weight. If you are, he will play. If not, it was just a pickup that didn't pan out. So there you go.
So DJ, man, I kind of feel like Tom Telesco and Al Davis. I feel like they're two peas in the pod. You look at what they've done in the draft. Best player available, and when like you're going to backgrounds, big, strong, fast. I feel like they nailed all of it in this year's draft. DJ, what do you think, bro?
No, I agree with you 100%. And like I said, I firmly believe that it's all scheme and team fit. And like I said, everybody, we were talking about it earlier, and I'll go to it again. Everybody, I'm not gonna say everybody, but there was a lot of people that were like, what the hell are we doing with the first pick? The problem is nobody really knew the philosophy going into the draft. And if you really studied what the philosophy was going into the draft, then you would understand that if any one of these players, specifically Bowers, falls to number 13, the Raiders were going to take Bowers no matter what the positional need was, whether it was FLYYYYYYYING or whoever, because on their draft board, Bowers obviously was higher than anybody that was available from a need standpoint. And that's why they took him. And he was considered, or is considered, a generational talent at tight end. And if you look at our division, what do we get beat by the majority of the time in our division? And and I hate to fucking say it because I don't like the guy, but he's a generational tight end and he eats our lunch every fucking time. And so if we can line up with two really good tight ends, one of those being a potential generational talent, I'll take it all day long.
Hey, real quick, DJ, can you, because people are asking, so how can people follow you, brother, on both IG and Facebook?
I'm on Instagram. I'm not on Facebook. Facebook for me was a lot of BS to read through. So I'm on Instagram. You can find me. I'll put it on there. You can look for DJ Singleton. I'm sure you'll find me, or you can search for Raider Hulk. It's just R the number 8 DR Hulk.
Can you write it? Can you write it in, and then I'll put it up for everybody.
Yeah, no worries. Yep.
Cap,
sir. I'm sorry. I'm multi-texting.
I'm sure you got all. You're Captain Jack's opening up his OnlyFans, everybody. So.
Hey, don't laugh about that. That might be a fucking reality pretty soon. So
you're all right, Cap. You're all right. Everything's gonna be fine. Trust me. Everything will be just fine. Mm-hmm. It all smoothly happens for a reason. Like, look, you didn't think you were gonna come to the West as long as you did, and you did.
No, yeah. I was in the Western time zone for much longer than I thought I was going to be. Half this trip I think was in the Western time zone. So, and there you go. Thanks, DJ. There it is. Raider Hulk. R8DR Hulk on Instagram. So there you go.
I'm gonna keep it up, guys, so that you can see it. Jack, now you still on? Because you kind of froze up on me.
You might be at 7%. That might be that 7%.
That's what it is. Darn it. Thank you, Jack. Yeah. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate you, bro. Darn it. He went on. He went on. He went all the way till it was gone, huh, Cap? All right, DJ, you're an overall sports fan, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Raiders basketball. I know you and Cap were going to the games. That's awesome, and you're big. You're into the Mavs right now. But any chance at all that yesterday you were a part of the global phenomenon of the Ali Frazier of our time? Did you get a chance to? Because I know you're all tied up into the Mavericks, but did you get into it at all?
I would. If you're obviously talking about the fight yesterday.
Oh yeah, Fury Usyk.
That was a split decision.
Yeah, but I mean, did you even are you the type of person who it's like where you were saying to yourself, I'm going to take Captain Jack to the game, and I'm going to pay the pay-per-view, and then at some point I'm going to rewatch it.
No, boxing to me has been. It hasn't been like it was in the 90s. Heavyweight boxing in the 90s was phenomenal when you had the likes of Mike Tyson doing his thing. And then I think it's kind of lost its luster a little bit, and it's kind of been overtaken by MMA. So, but I really like Fury. I like what he's done. He's kind of excited the heavyweight division. recently, but I didn't, it's not like I was at the game and watching pay-per-view. I did follow it just because I knew it was early. Like, I think they started walking to the ring sometime around like 5 p.m. Central or whatever it was. So yeah, I was kind of keeping tabs on it through ESPN and some of the other apps, but I wasn't watching it, paying $70 for pay-per-view and watching it while the Mavs were playing. But I was keeping a tab on it just to see, because I really wanted to see what happened. I do agree with Ed that I think Fury got ripped. But that was probably
okay. No. So you eloquently shared with us your story. By the way, I just sent you an Instagram message when you get a chance, bro.
Yeah.
You shared us your story about how you became a Raider fan 2018 and how somebody had to bring you in and the whole bit, and then now you're hooked, right?
Yeah.
So, Captain Jack, you know what's going to happen when DJ gives me a call, right?
Oh, you're going to hook me into boxing?
The thing is, and I'm not, Edward, I promise I will not turn this into a boxing show. So let me just go ahead and say this. Although, Edward, you said Muhammad Ali, so thank you, sir. In my lifetime, because I did not get to see the Thriller in Manila, I was being born. I did not get to see.
Hey, I've seen a couple thrillers in Manila, but it's off subject.
I knew you were gonna say that, Captain Jack. I knew it. Hold on, Edward. Hold on. By the way, Edward, I had Fury winning. Live score, I had him winning 7-5. But anyways, the reason why I kind of want to hook up with our brother here, DJ, is he said some things that would normally trigger me when somebody talks about my community and my sport of boxing. And the problem is the education and that we're in the United States. So you've traveled a lot, right, DJ? And you said you've gone to these games, you went to that game. If you were a boxing person and you actually traveled globally, what you will find out is that boxing is a top 3 sport in the world.
100%.
It is. These guys are megastars. So when you have Tyson Fury earning $150 million last night and Usyk earning $64 million last night, I know what you said about MMA being popular, but MMA is, and again, guys, I don't hate MMA. I mean, you can go look at my Instagram. You saw me head coaching the Fedor Frank Mir fight, so you know I'm all about MMA. I love it. I just want to get this out to people like DJ. In the American market, if all you're being fed on free TV is mixed martial arts, then that's all you're gonna know. And you're gonna. And when you said, "Well, it's lost its luster," it's lost its luster in the United States is always the statement, because HBO doesn't show it anymore for free, and Showtime doesn't show it anymore, and you don't get to see it on ABC Wild World of Sports like Captain Jack used to see for free, and you don't see the Sugar Ray Leonard fights for free. You don't see Roberto Duran.
And that sucks. When you used to have fucking Hearns Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard on ABC Wild World of Sports, right? Even in the beginning, when Mike Tyson was starting out, those fights were on TV on ABC. And that shit's gone, man. I'm sorry, Angelo.
No. And Captain Jack, I want you to say that, because here's what's happening, DJ. And I realize that I promise you, dude, when I bring you into it, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Outside the United States, the fighters are amazing. They many of them that you're going to see that is being shown on free TV globally all have 200, 300 amateur fights. They're all at the highest level. And when you said to me, I don't want to pay $70, it's because you have been taught in your youth that kind of bullcrap way of how a card has been done during your time, where there's the main event and then you got a bunch of setup fights. And then that's why you're paying the $50 for the main event, or the $70, or maybe the main and the co-main event. In the old days, when Captain Jack used to watch it, right, for free, every fight was a good fight. Every fight that, like Hagler was an undercard to like the main events. Like they were showing you the best fighters. And globally, yeah, thank you, Edward Winchell. Thank you. Right. And that's and so what Turkey Al-Sheikh, who is called His Excellency over there in Saudi, but he is a boxing junkie. And over the last 10 years, he's been, I mean, boxing was already huge globally, but he's been pushing it more and more to the point where the money doesn't matter. He only wants to show the best fights in the world. So trust me when I say to you that if you were to pay that $70 and you were to watch the fights, and in fact, when you text me, I'm going to text you the free portion. I'm going to send you the first fight of the night, which was for free for everyone to watch and was being watched globally. It was a 10-round title fight, right, for a international belt, and try to tell me that those two international fighters aren't very good and that wasn't entertaining. And that's the first fight they gave you. Not some like this person hasn't fought that many times and this person hasn't fought that many times. And the 10 fights they showed you last night was like, I just called one of my very good friends, John Orlando. He's here in Vegas. He's a big MMA guy. He's friends with Dana White. Everybody knows who he is. He's the son of Tony Orlando. But anyways, I texted John because he was at the UFC.
Yellow ribbon.
Thank you, Captain Jack. I texted John. He was at the UFC Apex because he was watching the Barboza fight, and I said, "Bro, you need to come when you come home. You need to watch the entire card. Don't just watch the Fury Usyk fight, because everybody in America keeps talking about UFC 300. Watch the card and watch all 10 fights." And I promise you, the excitement level you're going to feel, I would say, is every bit as high, if not higher, than UFC 300. And I know you know about UFC 300, right, DJ?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, again, I'm going to have to talk to you about it a little bit more individually, but you will see the international fighters, guys, are really where it's at right now. And Usyk and Fury, of course, is there. Yeah. And Edward, the one thing I can tell you is that August 3rd, Turkey Al-Sheikh is putting together a super card for the United States. The headliner is Terrence Crawford versus Ibrahimov, moving up to 154 pounds. But every single fight before Terrence Crawford are all amazing. Andy Ruiz versus Jarrell Miller. And again, I'm not going to turn it into a boxing show, but you're going to start to see it. And then in about 5 years, or maybe even less than that, DJ, you're going to say, oh, man, why is boxing like so super popular now? And really, it has nothing to do with anything. It's always been super popular. It's like soccer and the World Cup, man. It's super popular. It's just that in the United States, there's not any free television, just like Edward is talking about. So,
100%. And we're like this.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But if you from what you've heard, the Usyk Tyson Fury fight, Captain Jack, I know you didn't watch it. In my lifetime, it is Ali Frazier won. It was amazing. Okay. It was like the most electric. Their opening act before the fighters came out, it felt like a Super Bowl halftime show. They really did it up. And the fight lived up to its name. It was like watching Joe Frazier Ali. And I hope, the only thing I can hope is, unfortunately, both of these guys are way older now. Tyson Fury's about to turn 36. Usyk's already 37. This was the first undisputed heavyweight championship fight since Michael Spinks of undefeateds, since Michael Spinks and Mike Tyson in 1988.
Wow.
This is the first time a unification fight has happened where two people battled and somebody won since Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield in 1999. But the only thing I can compare this to, and if you're a boxing or combat sports fan, is this is Ali Frazier, guys. You saw Muhammad Ali and Tyson Fury, and you saw Joe Frazier and Alexander Usyk. And I don't even want to ruin it for you, DJ, but you could already see some of the highlights. Bro, The first 3 rounds, they were like hurting each other. And I couldn't tell you, like, if you said to me, you thought Fury won, I'd have said, sure. If you said to me, you thought Usyk won that round, I'd said, sure. Because it was that close. And then you saw this whole thing happen where the next 4 rounds, you're thinking in your head, oh my God, I think Tyson Fury is going to dominate this guy. And then all of a sudden it turns into Joe Frazier. And the next 4 rounds, you start going, oh my God, I think he's gonna knock out Tyson Fury. And then the last 2 rounds, bro, which is what we now call in this era the championship rounds. But back in Captain Jack's days, the championship rounds were the last 5 rounds because it used to be 15 rounds.
Yeah,
that's why we even called it the championship rounds, because it was in sets of 5s. It was the first 5, the second 5, and then we said we've now seen these guys go at it for 10 rounds. Let's see what's going to happen in the championship rounds.
And the next 5. If you guys remember, if you think we're bullshitting, go back to watch the Rocky movies. Because the Rocky movies, what was the final round in the Rocky movies was 15.
Right. Exactly. And so nowadays it's the championship rounds. But believe me, again, the skill levels of these guys, all right? DJ, Tyson Fury is 6'9", brother. 6'9", 262 pounds. And when you see him moving around the ring like Muhammad Ali, bro, you're just going to go, I can't believe that the guy looks like that. Because you think an athlete is supposed to look like an Adonis. And in boxing, that's not how it works, man.
Yeah.
The biggest muscle you got to have in boxing is this one. The rest of it, you have to build through experience and skill, bro. Right? Alexander Usyk is 37 years old. That guy looked like a linebacker. He's 6'3", 233. But when you see it, you like think somehow Usyk is small. Bro, Usyk is bigger than Muhammad Ali was. You see what I'm saying? Like, we got these super heavyweights now. So when you say a statement to me, and again, this is not me ripping you, this is just me saying this is the uneducation of the American casual boxing fans, because there is no free TV. Well, they just don't have it anymore like they did, kind of lost its luster. Bro, I just told you that there's a 6'9", 262-pound guy who's 35 years old, and he moves like Muhammad Ali. And there's a 37-year-old guy that came from Ukraine who, by the way, put on his military uniform, left boxing to serve his country, then came back and still won the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world, which is the highest prize you could ever get. Bro, dude, like the narrative of Floyd Mayweather is the best boxer in the world. Like, expand your mind globally and you'll understand that there is Alexander Usyk, who's now regarded as that, because he was not since Evander Holyfield has anyone ever dominated the cruiserweight division the way Evander did and move up to heavyweight, except this guy. This guy hasn't lost in 15 years, and now he is the #1 boxer in the entire world, and he might go down in history as the best one. Maybe we'll see what happens, but bro, boxing is not only alive and strong, but you just need to see how amazing these people are, man. They are like phenomenal athletes. So you thought you saw some good fights back when you were watching it on HBO? Just watch the card, man. Pay the $70 and watch that card, because I could give you 4 fights that you would have said, man, every single one of those should have been a main event. That's amazing. So anyway, sorry, Edward. Sorry, man. I promised you. I know I'm going to keep it to football now. So, Captain Jack, you said you're not coming to preseason games. Why not exactly again? Is it because no tickets, or what's the deal? Does the season tickets for you not come with
I have preseason tickets. I buy them in the package. I know that the Cowboys are coming to the Vegas. And I think there's another game.
So Big Daddy Jose is going to come here. I'm going to get a chance to meet him and his wife for the first time. We're going to do something private. But he's going to come to the 49er game for the preseason. But no, Captain Jack, like, because I want to see you, and you got your home here at Chateau de Hollywood already, right?
You better check with Hollywood on that, but I think so.
Okay, all right.
But hey, I don't ever assume.
Okay, all right.
I don't ever assume, but
well,
Hollywood,
last time I was there, all I know is Hollywood was talking to me about building that studio.
Well, yeah, I got a studio at Chateau de Hollywood.
Right.
On the side of the house, which and by the way, I'm very happy to announce. DJ, do you want to make an announcement about this room?
Oh, that I'm gonna put a street sign above the door that says what did I call it? The Casa de
you put Captain Jack's quarters or whatever.
That's what I was. Captain Jack's quarters. Yeah.
And on the other side, because we were reminded by the lady of the house, like, oh hell, fuck no, because the other side of the sign is going to be Drew's office room.
Yeah.
Okay. So the one side might say Captain Jack's quarters, and with the blessings of the beautiful lady that she is, but that will be only seen when I'm rolling through Dallas. Okay. At such a time, because the side that you're going to see mostly is going to be Drew's office space. And again, not assuming anything, because again, Hollywood is my brother as well. I can hang over there. I can hang here with DJ with that permission, from him and Drew, and I thank them and bless them for that, But I would never ever assume a space in anybody's house without me at least asking and making sure that is kosher. But again, and while you have Raider Twan on, because I'm an old man, I need to use the head real quick. So
go ahead, Captain Jack. I got you.
I'm gonna try to stop the camera. Hopefully,
I got you. Go ahead, Captain Jack. So DJ, have you ever met Raider Twan?
Maybe.
Okay, Raider Twan is one of the most positive Raider content creators and Raider fans out there. Very positive person. Stuck it out with me for 5 hours during the draft night when I put it together. Hey, Twan, man, I miss you, bro. How you doing?
Hey, it's so funny, man. I was just about to text you, and I was like, let me go see what's going on YouTube. And I was like, he's already on YouTube. So I was like, let me save that text message and just pull up. Hey, yeah, I'm thankful that you said that I'm positive. You know what I'm saying? But that's not all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe you get mad on the Raider stuff.
Yeah, so some of my truthful statements sometimes are not as positive, but thanks for the compliment.
I think I was talking more about the humanity side of it. You're always trying to be positive about everybody, because all of us got struggles, man. By the way, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I've been talking about that with everyone too. DJ, just man, bro, like, take it seriously, brother. Take your mental health seriously, and you got friends. Everybody got friends here. If you guys ever needed, just I talked about it with Stu. In fact, I'll once you text me, DJ, I'll send you me and Stu talking about mental health on the Captain Jack show a month ago. But yeah, no, Raider Twan, man, tell us your thoughts, brother, because I want to keep it boxing. I don't want to piss Edward off. I want to keep it football, because I don't want to piss Edward off. So
whatever you guys is talking about, I'm definitely open to talking to. Blessings to everybody in the chat. I'm not looking at the chat because I'm on my phone, so
okay.
Not able to
on your channel, the Raider Twan channel. What have you guys been covering with? Who's the partner that you have over there?
So I do my own shows on Tuesdays normally, and then on Thursdays I do the 2 for One Nation podcast with my brother Eric from the SC Experience. Not Eric. SC Experience, SC Raiders Talk. He changed his name, but yeah, that's my brother Eric. We do that on Thursdays, Thursday afternoons.
I still got to get on that too, bro. Let me know. Just let you and Eric let me know what you guys want to talk about and when you want me on.
Okay, we'll definitely talk about that, because I think we're trying to. For the upcoming season, we're trying to figure out some things. So yeah, definitely we'll be in discussion of that.
So the chaplain of the NWA, explain that to DJ.
So NWA is just a group of content creators and few guys in the Raider Nation. We consider ourselves the nation with attitude. And we're just, here to put out, our content and let it, I say it on my channel, we share our Raider gospel. so I am the chaplain of that. So what I do is, I go around and make sure, check on everybody, make sure everybody's good. If there's anything that they may need, whether it's someone to talk to, um, you know, um, just a voice of reason in certain situations, and also because I do have a spiritual side. I'm also there to assist them if they want me to pray for something, maybe something that they have a sick family member, or they may be looking for a job and may want some prayer before they get into that interview. I'm there to help them. So not only am I the chaplain of the NWA, but I consider myself a chaplain of the nation. So anybody that is connected to the Raider Nation, you can always reach out to me, and if I can help you in that way or pray for you, whatever's going on in your life, I'm available for that.
No, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Earlier today, I spent my morning. I don't know if you know this, Twan, but Edward, if you're still listening, I think I met a person that loves boxing even way more than me, which is just crazy. But it's Big Daddy Jose, and he was actually like, some of the fights he was in is just crazy to me. He was there for Roberto Duran versus Benitez. He was there live for Front Row, Mike Tyson versus Michael Spinks. He was there for Hagler Hearns. He was there for War. Hagler Hearns. Like, that's just insane. But anyways, I spent my whole morning talking to him, and you mentioned about prayer, and we ended it with he was so beautiful. Jose Delgado, thank you, sir. He prayed for me, prayed for my family, and it's just a blessings, man. It's just blessings to have that. And I see DJ's got the cross right behind him, so he's a believer, brother. So thank you. And again, I don't want to piss anyone off, Captain Jack. So I'll stay off of it, but I do want to say thank you to Raider Twan for what he does. And all the prayers.
No. Like I said, as people who know me, and thank you, Twan. I don't know if you saw me when I flew. Oh my God, my arms are tired because I flew so far to go over to see be in DJ Singleton's camera shot a little bit ago. I don't know if you saw that or not. Boy, my arms are tired because I had to fly. But hey, here it is. It's like when you are spiritual, and you have the positivity within you, no matter what your religion is, okay? And obviously, many of us, and I won't say all of us, but many of us are of the Judeo-Christian faith. And there you got Raider Twan, who's, like I said, is a chaplain. Obviously, you got the bishop, who is definitely a man of the cloth and a man of the collar, who is in and out of this show. And there's plenty other ones. So it's like there's nothing wrong with spirituality, no matter what your religious beliefs are, as long as they are embarked upon positively. And I can honestly say, for as old and decrepit and as broken down as I am, I would think that I've probably been around a little bit longer because I've had people like Twan pray for me, and I've prayed for Raider Twan because his health has not been the greatest at all times. I don't know if we touched on that, but people praying for each other's health and spirituality is fantastic. So there's no reason that you had to apologize for that. Like I said, we don't espouse one single religion here. We espouse positive spirituality, no matter who your God is, providing that you have a positive outlook and feedback and theme of your spirituality.
I think that's great, Jack. I think that's the wonderful thing about the Raider Nation. I think that's another thing that makes me even more proud about the Raider Nation, is that we all come from different walks of life, all different beliefs, all different, standpoints economically and all that stuff. But even with that, we can be respectful of each other's, points and views. You know what I'm saying? We may not necessarily agree with it, but we can also, even be respectful for that. And I think I've ran into that a lot even being more comfortable with sharing, my faith and belief with others, and people have been respecting that. So I think that's a wonderful thing, is that we can all have a respect, even though we may not necessarily agree, and that's perfectly fine. I run into people all the time that may not necessarily believe in, my faith, or understand the whole prayer situation, and that's perfectly fine, and okay. But I even love it even more for the fact that they respect it without, having pitchforks and and raising a whole bunch of opposition in regards to, hey, this is just what I believe, and we can move on and talk about that. So hey, we can, not to make it even longer, but what are we talking about in regards to the Raiders? I know there's a lot of going on. I talked about on my channel most recently the UDFA class and how excited I was about that. But what were you guys talking about?
Yeah, I was living in your world, man. It's like, and that's something that, and I'm glad you actually brought that up, there, Twan. I didn't quite hit all of the folks that we had in the undrafted free agents, but I do know that when people were saying, well, you guys didn't pick up a quarterback. Well, yeah, we did. We picked up a quarterback as an undrafted free agent who was actually the son of a former defensive coordinator, Gus Bradley. His son was a quarterback that we picked up and is number 4 on the roster. But the big thing is, people are talking about how the quarterback battle for the Raiders is between Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. That might be between 1 and 2. But the biggest battle on the Raiders roster at quarterback is going to be between 3 and 4. It's going to be between the gentleman Brown, who was picked up off the Ravens practice squad, who is a runner, a thrower, an all-around great player that can do it all, and the UDFA Bradley, who is a fantastic quarterback. Is that me? I hope not.
I don't know. Jack, is that you?
I don't know. Twan, are you having audio issues, sir?
I can put somebody. I could mute someone, but it stopped, Captain Jack.
Okay. Well, hopefully, if it's me, I'll shut up. And that.
No. Go ahead. Keep going.
I'm just saying. But there were plenty of people that we needed. Pardon me. That were picked up as undrafted free agents. I didn't go through the entire list, but there are linemen, there are linebackers, there are defensive backs. There are people that we needed to fill out that roster. And remember, the football team is made up of everybody that you pick up, free agents, trades, all of that, and you have the guys that you draft. So this team, pardon me, this team is going to be a dynamic team for years to come. And I think that it was DJ Below said that he can see all 7 of the people that we drafted making the roster. If not all 7, there's probably going to be 5 of them, 5 of the 7. I'm pretty sure that the other 2 are going to go to the practice squad. So this team is going to be dynamic for years to come. And yeah, I'm very happy to say that for those that are overlooking the Raiders this year, you might want to jump on the train now, because we're going to be rolling over your ass this year, next year, and the year after that.
Yeah, I think Captain Jack, in regards to the quarterback situation, I think a lot of people are definitely overlooking the what people are identifying as our third quarterback is Anthony Brown. I think Anthony Brown is actually a guy. If he has his boots strapped up right, I think he might actually push for, being a backup and maybe even being a starter. I think the benefit in regards to our quarterback room is that we have I know we added the UDFA, and I'm excited that we brought in a UDFA at quarterback. But what makes me excited about this quarterback room is that there's 3 quarterbacks that have been starters in the NFL before, in that room. So you have, obviously AOC, who's been a starter for us, Minshew, who's been a starter for a few couple of teams, and then Anthony Brown, he was a starter at a point with the Ravens. But when you have somebody like a Lamar Jackson, what chance do you really have to to really show what you can be at quarterback, saying in regards to being on the Ravens? So I think Anthony Brown's going to come in knowing that there may be an opportunity that he can make some noise, and he's definitely going to show us. I think he's going to try to show us and put his best foot forward in regards to it in preseason. So I'm really excited about preseasons, because a lot of these guys, that people are not talking about, I think we'll start talking about them, because they want their name to be put out there in a positive way too.
Yeah, and that's it. And there's plenty of people on this roster, and I even keep harping on the fact that Dalton Wagner, who was on the IR last year, you can't teach strength, you can't teach aggressiveness, you can't teach size. He was on the IR all last year, and people are not talking about him. He might be in the mix to be that extra offensive lineman this year. Maybe he usurps one of these people. Maybe, and I hate saying it, maybe Dylan Parham, who is the more the lighter in the ass offensive lineman that we have, that's more of a quick and, the guy who can pull. Maybe he's the guy that's the odd man out. And he was a 3rd-round draft pick because we gave up the first 2 to Devontae Adams, and Dylan Parham was the first pick in that draft. And I think that he's going to be a dynamic person to watch, because if he doesn't make this roster and people know that he's available, maybe that they say, hey, this guy fits our system as a pull blocker, as a faster guy, as a zone guy. Maybe Dylan Parham goes. I'm not saying that Dylan Parham's out, but I'm saying there's going to be such a fantastic battle amongst the offensive linemen this year, and that's why, we missed out on FLYYYYYYYING, but we got JPJ in the 2nd round, who was a 1st-round pick, a 1st-round talent. Like I said, the kid was the Glaze out of Maryland, who's
yes, sir, DJ Glaze. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's in there. He's in the mix as well. You got Wagner, who's in the mix as well, from last year, and all these other kids that come in as UDFAs. Like I said, the starting 5 are going to be the best 5. There's going to be +2, your swing tackles and your utility guard center that's probably going to make the team. And then after that, you got practice squad guys to fill it out. This team is dynamic. And again, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what this team can accomplish. Okay. I already made my $50 bet in Vegas when I was there on the over. I think it was
nice.
6.5 wins. And I bet 50 on it. I would have bet 100, but I only had the 50 in my wallet at the time.
You didn't want to bet the 50 on Raiders make it to the playoffs, because it was +600.
You know what? I might need to send you some money, because I'll see if it's the same thing because you can bet in Florida now. So when I get home, if it's the same, tell me what the Vegas line is, and I'll probably bet it in Florida now that I can. But again, Sencal 805, yes. Rest in peace to Mr. Raider Jim Otto. Thank you for putting that up as well.
Captain Jack, I think since I'm the chaplain and I'm a religious man, I shouldn't be saying this, but I think your bet is some good money. I think you putting money on the over is a good bet. I'm appalled at where they have us on the win total. But in regards to the offensive line, I think and we talked about it. I was hearing you guys earlier talking about JPJ. I think they have JPJ lined up at left guard right now. They're trying him out at left guard. So that means that Parham might possibly be on the move. But I'll say this in regards to Parham. I think the what benefits Parham is that there's still room at right guard. And actually, Parham played right guard when he was in college. We moved him to left guard when he came over in the pros. So
Right.
there might be a possibility that they're saying, hey, we're going to move you back to what you were comfortable at in college, and let's see what you do there. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's specifically what they're doing, but it seems like that might be the direction they're going with Parham is actually he's going to be playing right guard for us.
Yeah, and again, he's a big part of this team. He's a big part of the O-line. He's one of our starting linemen. Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see whether he retains that spot. I think he will this year, pending something that we don't know or don't see, because I think Mumford's going to be our right tackle. I said if Dalton Wagner comes over and beats that guard, I actually think that DJ Glaze is going to be in the running for that guard position. So if you have JPJ at left guard, and I think Glaze would be, like I said, he's not as fleet of foot, but he's of that great size. I think that maybe DJ Glaze might be that right guard with Parham as the right tackle. And then what are you going to do with Dylan Parham? Is he going to be the odd man out? Especially if they think that Glaze is going to be that guy. Because again, I don't think Glaze is going to pan out at tackle because when you have Mumford on the team, I might be wrong. I've been mistaken before, so I've never been wrong. One of those things. But we'll see what happens. And again, it's going to be a dynamic battle for the Raiders O-line, the Raiders D-line at line. It's just going to be a bunch of fun. Like what is it, DJ or JD, whatever the hell he's going by in the last couple seconds. It's like family, unity, and nation, fun. Did I get that correct?
You did.
There you go. So it's going to be fun. Family, unity, and nation. So it's going to be fun for the Raider Nation in that regard.
Now, and I'll ask this to everybody on the group to get, everybody's perspective on this that may have a perspective on it. What room, and I'm talking about position rooms, whether it's the quarterback room, running back room, whatever, what room are you excited to see in preseason? Because I think that's going to be our indicator, for fans. What room are you excited to watch?
I'm going to answer for me, and I'm biased. I'm an offensive lineman, so I want to see that offensive line room. I think that, we're pretty much set at the skills. And whoever doesn't make the starting lineups at the skill positions, offensively as well, I'm fine with. Again, if Gardner Minshew's my quarterback, that's fine. If AOC 12 is our quarterback, and thank God he changed his number, is our quarterback, I'm fine with that. I don't really have that much of a oh my God, I'm gonna hold my breath until this guy wins out. But again, I am biased, Twan. I am an offensive lineman. So what I want to see is I want to see how that plays out for me as to who those starting five are going to be. And salute to you as well there, DSR Live. Thank you there, sir.
Yeah, I'll go a little different. I think our O-line last year surprised a lot of people with the people that we had playing. This year it'll be interesting just to see where people end up on the O-line. But what I'm looking forward to see play out is the QB room. Just because Minshew brings a little bit of I don't want to call it instability, but he brings a little excitement to the quarterback room. I think he's gonna it's good to have some competition in there with AOC and then see what kind of growth Anthony Brown Jr. Happens to have. And so I'm excited to see how the QB room plays out for the season.
Hey Cap, real quick, my martial arts brother Afakasi Raider is on with us right now, all the way from the other side of the world. We always love and appreciate Afakasi whenever he can jump on. Thanks, brother. What's going on with you?
Hey, JD, you're not the best looking guy with a dome on the panel now.
Yeah, looking good. Looking good, Afakasi. Looking good.
Thank you, man. Salute to everybody in the panel, everyone in the chat. How are we, guys?
Hey, good to see you there, shipmate.
Yeah, good to see you guys too. I've only got a quick minute, but I thought I'd come on real quick, just chop it up with you guys. Juan, I see you next to me. Salute to you as well. And sorry, the guy to the top right, DJ, is that your name?
Yeah, DJ. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, DJ. Yep. Well, nice to meet you. I'm Avocado.
Good to meet you, my friend.
So we were on the question, Afakasi, if you didn't hear, we were on the question of what room, you know what I'm saying, position room, are you excited to see in preseason? Captain Jack said offensive line, DJ said the quarterback room. So I'll ask you, and then Angelo can answer too.
Can I give more than one answer, or
give all the answer you want, Afakasi? The floor is yours, brother.
Okay, well, I don't want to be too long-winded.
With Aussie rules, right? Aussie rules, you can have one or two.
Right. Well, I'll give you three, but I'll make it as quick as I can. There you go. The cornerback room, that's the secondary. It's going to be good to see these young cats that we brought in the room. We drafted three guys this year, as well as the guys from last year, like Jacorian Bennett, maybe Christopher Smith. I'd like to see what they have to offer, especially those guys that we've drafted like last year. You know, I want to see some progression from Bennett. Maybe he can make that outside job his own if we don't bring in a more experienced guy, or if it's going to be Cam Richardson is going to take his job as that next man up. Christopher Smith, we didn't see him last year, so what has he got to offer? We brought in Trey Taylor. Is he going to take his job as that depth guy, or is Smith going to show something? And Devonshire, see what he can do. I mean, the guy we drafted in the 7th round, giving me, I don't know, TJ Carey kind of vibes, a guy who can make some plays on the ball as well as do some return ability. So that's one. The next one, I guess, quarterback for obvious reasons. Let's see what, for me, it's Aiden O'Connell's job. That's what they say. But at the same time, if Minshew outperforms him in preseason, is he still going to keep his job, or are we going to run with Minshew? Time will tell. And also the other guys like Anthony Brown and that other guy, Carter Bradley. Are they going to be the depth guy, the practice squad guy, or are we just going to run with two quarterbacks? So that's two. And running back. Look, we're going to run with Zamir White. He's going to be the lead back until proven otherwise. I was a heavy critique of him last year, and I'm not going to run from that. But he did at least prove for the last 4 games he can play. Whether he can be consistently good, time will tell. But there are other running backs in the room. I mean, who's going to be that spell back? Who's going to be that third down back out of the backfield? Is it going to be Madison to be the spell back, or is it going to be Lorby straight off the bat in his first year? Or are we going to still run with Amir Abdullah or even Britton Brown when he's coming back from injury? Or is he going to, show what he's got and maybe make a final push to make the roster? As well as the other cats. I mean, Sincere McCormick, the next big thing of the great white hype, you know what I mean? Is he going to do something, or, are we just going to cut bait? So those are my 3 answers.
I'm good with that. Thank you there, shit, man. I was giving you shit, because I can and I love you. So yeah, go ahead, sir.
Give me a sec, Cap. I'll be right back, and then I'll address that question that Twan gave everybody.
Okay, DJ's next, right?
No, I already said the QB room.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I didn't share mine, but I think Afakasi covered it, and I'll just add a little more to it. Afakasi said the cornerback room, which is the defensive back room, however you want to identify that, because quarterback sounds like cornerback, and
right,
yeah,
secondary.
All that. So secondary. Okay, so I'm excited to see those guys, because it seems like they flooded that room with a whole lot of guys. There was some guys that have exited, I was one of those guys that was really, an Amik Robertson fan, and I'm glad that he went, to greener pastures to get an opportunity to make a little money, but also an opportunity to become a starter, which I don't think he was going to be. I think he was really just going to be a debt piece for us. But they brought in, obviously they drafted those two guys, but there's guys that they brought in UDFA wise that I'm actually pretty high on and excited to see. Woo Governor is a name. If you guys have not looked at his tape or looked at, anything in regards to him, I encourage you to definitely go look at him. That's one of the guys that's a
what's
UDFA.
his name, Swan? Governor?
Woo Governor. His that's his nickname, but that's what they call him. It was Woo.
You also got a guy named Ferrari too, right?
DeMarcus Governor, but his nickname is Woo. And I'm actually pretty high on him in regards to the the secondary, because we have an open vacancy. I do not want to see, and I repeat this, I do not want to see Hobbs on the outside. Not saying that Hobbs can't play on the outside, but Hobbs, his home and his bread and butter is right there in the slot. Yep. He is a, and I'm gonna say this too. He is a Pro Bowler in the slot if we just let him play in the slot. Mm-hmm. So we need to identify who that is on the opposite side of Jack Jones, and it might be one of these guys. I'm hopeful that we bring in a veteran, you know what I'm saying, to really bolster this defense. But if they don't, it's going to be a competition for that opposite side, and the draftees and the UDFAs are definitely going to be duking it out during preseason. So that's why I'm excited about that.
Hey, Twan Afakazi, I'm going to throw something because I've been when I have had a chance to look. What are your thoughts on bringing in possibly Stephon Gilmore or J.C. Jackson that has been out there with some of the clickbait recently as the other side of Jones?
Did you want to answer that first one?
I love it. I've been saying be early. A guy that I wanted to bring in just to have some veteran presence is Stephon Gilmore, especially because Stephon Gilmore has played multiple styles of defense, which Patrick Graham actually does. He can still press, and there's still some juice there, even though he you can say that he's old and he might have lost a little bit of a step. I think he still can be a force on the outside, because one thing that Stephon Gilmore is good at, he's actually really good at studying film and reading tendencies. And that is definitely what is going to work well with this defense, especially with what we have up front, you know what I'm saying, with Wilkins and Max Crosby and all the pass rushers we have. If Jack Jones and Gilmore on that outside, they're just going to be waiting for balls to really fly their way. And I think people are in regards to Gilmore, I think people are mistaking the concept of what happens when you have two cornerbacks that are actually pretty solid. What happened in with the Cowboys, everybody's excited about the cornerback Bland that was getting all the interceptions. Well, the only reason why he was getting all those interceptions is because the quarterbacks were actually throwing his way. Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? So what side were they not throwing to? Obviously, they were not throwing on Gilmore's side. So to have that, you know what I'm saying, is definitely going to be a weapon for us. And we know what Jack Jones does when the ball goes his way. So I'm definitely an advocate for Gilmore, but J.C. Jackson also can be a viable option too, because he does have talent and he's also younger. So we'll see what they decide to do. But if you ask me, I'm voting Gilmore, because I think we need that in the room.
I'll give my take, and then I know you got to wrap things up, Cap and Brace. Look, if we can get someone, an experienced guy to come in and still be productive, because I mean, look, I for one give my full endorsement to Jack Jones. He to me is going to be the number one as long as AP keeps him in check, like with his off the field issue, and and he has so far, and he's proven to be a very passionate Raider, which I do like. He loves being here, and he's in an environment where he can thrive, and I have all the confidence that he can be the next great cornerback we've been looking for ever since Nnamdi left. You know what I mean? We've had a few guys coming in and out of the door that were okay for a minute, but that's it. Like, David Emerson and Casey Hayward, Rocky Sin, you could be even chuck into that. But, we've been looking for that number one shutdown, lockdown corner for years, and I believe we found it with Jack Jones. As for the other side, if we can get a veteran guy to come in, cool. If one of these other cats that we drafted in the last 2 years can step up and be a solid number two, then that's a win right there. You know what I mean? We don't, in my opinion, we don't need number one, but a number two. If I don't know, Cam Richardson or Jacorian Bennett can step up, that would be great. But if we can get a veteran presence in the door that still can be productive, cool. And as for Nate Hobbs, you're talking about him before, I'll finish quickly. I agree. I mean, the nickel position is a position where he thrives. We haven't had that kind of productivity from the nickel cornerback ever in my time as a fan. It seems to be a position that's always another position where we struggle, but we found a guy in Nate Hobbs. I mean, look, he's only had a few chances on the outside, which were to mixed results in year two. But look, if it ain't broke, why fix it? Keep him where he is at that money backer role, that hybrid linebacker / cornerback. There's no reason for him to move. He does that job, and he does that job at a very, very elite level, in my personal opinion. So, thanks, guys.
Hey,
thanks for having me.
Don't
on.
leave. Don't leave yet. Wait a minute, Alpha Kasi. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet.
Okay.
No, don't leave, because I want to brag about this a little bit. So first of all, I want to make sure Alpha Kasi, before he leaves, tells us how to follow him. But DJ, if you've never seen Alpha Kasi stuff, he does this really cool thing too, where he'll bring you in to play Tecmo Bowl with him or different games, which is super awesome, man. I still haven't done it yet, Alpha Kasi. One of these times, you and I got to get together, and you got to teach me how to figure it all out, because I'm not good at it.
When, man, it's not that hard. I mean, let me put it like this. If I can play Greater Critique, shout out to him, who's based in the States, I'm an Australian, and we play it seamlessly, then anybody can. It's not hard at all. I can take you through it step by step, but we'll say that for a later date. But you just say when. But I appreciate you guys. Look, my YouTube handle.
Wait. And then the second thing.
Don't you go yet.
Don't leave yet, Alpha Kasi. Don't leave yet. No, I don't want him leaving it, because the second thing I want to brag about with Alpha Kasi is DJ and Juan, you know this already about our guy, but when you hear him do his take, right, and he it's so educated and it's so smart. And one of the cool things that I've gotten to know about Alpha Kasi is, DJ, you know how you said you became a Raider guy? We'll call it 2018, right?
Yep.
Alpha Kasi, the way he watches the old school is he doesn't want us to tell him because he doesn't watch replays or I mean, he doesn't watch highlights. So he'll pick a season and he'll find every game of that season. And then he doesn't want to know anything from anybody, because he wants to watch it as if he was watching it for the first time, which I think not only shows you great commitment, but the amount of his ability to be able to do it so tactfully that way. I think it's cool, because it's like, if you didn't tell him how the 04 season went, he gets to just figure it out himself. And then when he's talking to Captain Jack, it's as if he was there himself, because he's feeling the same emotions. So talk to us about that process, Alpha Kasi, before you leave.
All right. So, look, when it comes to Raider football, I started being a fan from 2009 onwards. There's a lot that I don't know, but in terms of Raider football since that time, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but you asked me a question, whatever happened between 2009 and now, and I could answer it just like that. As for before that, look, I have to do my own research. There's some stuff that you can see on paper, but I didn't watch too much game tape, So what I've done, just in the off season, just to keep me occupied, well, I've actually only been up to the 95 season. I was watching quite a few of their games, when we had Jeff Hostetler, and I think it was Napoleon Kaufman's rookie year. And, there was other names like Tim Brown in his prime. Terry McDaniels, the cornerback. Who else do we have? Greg Beekert, Swillings, Pat Swillings.
Help him out, Captain Jack.
Hang on. Chester McLaughlin, another guy in the interior.
Mm-hmm.
So these are guys I'm starting, I'm getting to know. I'm like, all right, these cats are really good. James Jett, the speedster, he's okay with the hands, but he had speed to burn. Like that team had blazing speed. Like we had, what was it? A few Olympians on that team.
You had Alexander Wright on that team too, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
Right. Rocket Ismail and James Jett. What was he? He was a gold medalist, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In the four-man relay team. I mean,
I
didn't know that we actually. I knew we had a history with speed, but I didn't know that we actually had gold medalists. And I believe that we've had 2 gold medalists because I think that who was the other guy? The return guy was only here for a year, didn't do much, but he was a gold medalist too. I think his name was Brown. Ron Brown.
Well, Ron Brown was there.
Yeah, a returner. So these are things that it excites me to learn, like that I would have had no idea unless like I'd gone back and done more. Like these are the things like you can get to know like say the legends and that through the grapevine. Like R.I.P. A legend just passed today, Jim Otto, 00. Fly high. You know what I mean? Like one of all-time greats. So that was sad to hear, but like just learning these things on the fly, but actually going back and watching the film, it's exciting. And I actually think it was you who spoiled the results for that season.
I'm sorry,
transplant. So thank you very much letting me know the record.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. But Captain Jack, like I want to tell you right now, when you were doing all your whole soliloquy about your process, I'm looking at Captain Jack and he's so happy. He is so happy because this is what I mean about the education part of what I always talk about. And I'm going to say it for you, Captain Jack, because you spent about 2 hours ripping on that guy. But when I first got on Wild Wild West, one of the first things I said to Robert Garcia when I beat him on one of the points is I said, look, Robert, I know that you believe you're a Chargers fan. Here's my whole thing when I'm talking to fans, though, when it comes to the fact that you're in your 20s. Can you talk to me about the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, about your team? Because if you can't, that's cool. Like, I respect that you're a fan now. But you can't, bro. You can't. Because then there's so much information. This is, by the way, Afkasi, you're a martial artist, and you've said it before in the chat. Like, trying to talk to someone who has no background or no understanding on how difficult it is to be a martial artist or be in combat sports and the reality of how different it is. It's like, I don't even want to waste my time because you're just going to piss me off. Like how Captain Jack was pissed.
Was I pissed? Oh, I must have forgot that day. Afghazi, did you see that show?
No, I didn't. But just in regards to what you said, look, like we all start somewhere as a fan. You know what I mean? Like you said it yourself, DJ. How many years have you been? You only just recently started following the Raiders, right?
It was Crosby's
2019.
So 2018
2019
or 19.
Right, 2019. Yeah. So like, it doesn't matter where you start. You know what I mean? Like I started 2009. Captain Jack, you've been a fan for decades. Well, nearly half a century now.
Over half a century.
Over half a century. Reyes, like how long you been a fan for?
Oh, me? 1986, baby.
So yeah, like four decades. You know what I mean? So like it doesn't matter where you start, just as long as you stay passionate through the good times and the bad. You're not just here for the, mind you, with the Raiders, we haven't really had too many good times, but like, just don't pretend to be something that you're not. You know what I mean? Like I have no qualms with like I'll come out and say, look, there's a lot I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not going to pretend that I know, this, that, and the third about these guys that were here before my time, because I don't. Like it's all good and great to look at the stat sheet and pretend like this, that, and the third, but like unless you actually watch them play, you know what I mean? Then you can have a fairer grasp of what you're talking about. You know what I mean? So but it's always good to learn about these guys. To your point, like if you're a fan of your team, at least learn as best you can about the history. You know what I mean? It's going to make that fan experience a hell of a lot better.
And that's and again, see, like I bring that up, and Afakasi hates it that I'm bragging about him so much, but I bring this up because he really took the process as if it's like when he went to go study Muay Thai in Thailand. Like he really got into it. He was like, "Oh, I'm going all in," right? And he did the same thing. Like it's like, all right, I'm going to be a Raider fan. I'm going all in. And now you do have a resource like Captain Jack. You want to talk to someone about the Raiders, man? Big Daddy Jose. I mean, bro, Big Daddy Jose Delgado. Oh my goodness, man. I mean, we're just blessed to know him. But you want to talk about OG, right, Captain Jack?
Oh yeah. And in fact, I'm going to talk about, Big Daddy. Is that I first got a chance to learn about Big Daddy listening to the Raider Joe show, which was broadcast in Virginia. And Raider Joe took over, and it was an AM broadcast in Virginia, in Richmond. And he would have his show once a week, and I would listen to the Raider Joe show. And even when I went down to Guantanamo in 2012, 13, and 14, I would listen in, and I would call in from overseas just to talk to Raider Joe, and I would listen to Big Daddy. I would listen to my buddy Alan Goldblum, who's I've had a chance to be with at a couple CTEs, Alan and his beautiful wife Melanie, and these were staples of the Raider Joe show. And there were a couple more, but those are the guys that I remember. It was Raider Joe, it was Big Daddy, and Alan, and then I would come in as well. And I thought that it was, and it's actually, I will say this, getting a chance to go on that show, because I had a class in Virginia that I was doing as a contractor that was up in Fredericksburg, and I called him. I said, "Hey, is there any chance that I can come by and hang out in studio with you?" And Joe asked me in, and I was in studio with Raider Joe, and that gave me the bug. It gave me the bug to do a show in Guantanamo on the Armed Forces Network. It gave me the bug to do shows here on both Facebook and then YouTube afterwards. And if it wasn't for people like Big Daddy and Raider Joe and Alan listening in, I wouldn't have had that opportunity. So again, props to Raider Joe. If you guys don't know who Raider Joe is, it's Raider Joe Atkinson, and great. Go find him on Facebook. Great guy that he is. And again, obviously, Big Daddy Jose Delgado, I believe is his last name. Alan Goldblum is the other gentleman. We're old school, but because we espouse the Raiders of old and talking about traditions and things like that. So yeah, you want to talk old school, and even OG Daniel, who we would do shows with. We know old school stuff. That's why, and it's unfortunate. Again, I espouse, if you know about your team, that's great. If you know about your team now, that's fantastic. But if you want to be a true fan of your team so that you know about your team, you got to go back. And with the AFL teams, it's only till 1960. It's not astronomical for you to go back to 1960 and learn that the reason why the Raiders came into existence primarily was because Baron Hilton of the Los Angeles Chargers, for the 1 year that they were in the AFL, they wanted to have a rival that was close. And the LA-Oakland rivalry was born because Baron Hilton of the Los Angeles Chargers wanted to have a true rival regional. And that's how the Raiders came into existence with that collection.
Was it the San Diego Chargers at that point?
No. The first year of their existence, they were the Los Angeles Chargers. They became the San Diego Chargers the next year.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So when the Chargers came back to LA, it was like, well, you left your city. Well, technically, they went back to their original city, just like the Raiders did when they went from Oakland to Los Angeles back to Oakland. They went back to their original city. So people don't know that, and it's because
I didn't know that.
You need to know about your team. You need to know about the history of it. And again, the only reason why I was kind of cracking on the gentleman that's the Chargers fan is because he knows what he knows that's now. But he's very opinionated about what he knows now, but he doesn't know the history or can go back like his predecessor, who was the Chargers the Chargers attendant, the guy who knows about the Chargers. he's not up to his depth. And I got really tweaked when he basically told me I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. So that pissed me off. So again, I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. But know about your team. And then, by the way, if when somebody is talking about a point, don't talk over them. And don't be a millennial fuck and just talk over them and do all of these different things. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm cracking on Rob because that's what pissed me off to a point that I left the show. And I have no problem not coming back if it's going to be the same thing again and again and again. And it's unfortunate because I really like, and I am of a man, I love Richie Richey of the Broncos. Very, very great guy that he is. I love Alex Given of the Chiefs because he knows what he has as well. And I've met both of these gentlemen. Okay. I met Richie with his kids. I met Alex with his wife. So I have that personal relationship with them. I didn't get a chance to meet Coach, but I was in LA to see Robert if he wanted to meet. There was, nothing really there, So again, I want to stay with the show, but you better be able to give me, and it's respect due. I'm not saying you need to kiss my ass, but you need to give respect due of somebody who knows what the hell they're talking about.
And I'm glad you're saying it that way too, because did you notice, DJ, that of the 5 of us here, you're the newest into the nation, but you could feel the reverence of the nation, right? And I don't know if too many fan bases in the NFL really have this, where you could have an Afakasi Raider who lives all the way in the other side of the world. Is it all right to tell him, Afakasi, where you're at? I don't know if it's cool with you.
I'm not keeping my location secret. I'm Australian. I've been pretty open.
Okay, all right. So, I want to make sure, man. All right, so, but he's in the other side of the world, bro. But this guy flew here. You know what I'm saying? Like, and is you want to talk about a Raider fan? You see what I'm saying, DJ? Like, your experience, DJ, now multiply that to you lived in Australia, and then you did all of that coming here. And
I was at their last home win in Oakland. It's kind of sad thinking about that a little bit.
Hey, since you're on, so when you came on, tell us about that game, that experience. Like your overall feeling, though, as a Raider fan, your overall feeling during that time.
Jack, do you? Sorry, I don't know if you guys want to wrap things up.
No,
do you have a minute?
When you're done, and when Twan has his out, and when DJ has his out, then I'll let Angelo have his out. Then we'll wrap it.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to take too much of the time on the floor, but
Jack, you never know, man. You might get a surprise
I came over
right before it all gets wrapped up. I'm just saying. But go ahead, Afakazi.
I came to the States in 2019, and one of the things that I did there was I traveled to Oakland to what would become, and I just touched on it, like I didn't know at the time it would be their last home win in Oakland. So that was the game against the Bengals back in 2019. So that was the year before they moved officially to Las Vegas. The Bengals were a dog shit team at the time, but I didn't care. You know what I mean? I paid whatever I had to sit in the black hole. I was literally I was the seat behind Gorilla Rilla, the fireman Raider guy, and Deadpool Raider was close by too. So, I wanted that full Coliseum experience, and it was one of the best days of my life. Being a lifelong, since 2009, being the passionate diehard Raider that I am, I wanted to do that just one time. Like, yeah, they're in Vegas. And Vegas is a beautiful stadium, but I wanted that Oakland experience while I could. And to do that in their final year was a dream come true. Like I said, one of the greatest days of my life. But, like I said, it's sad to think that, that would be their last home win in Oakland. And could be ever if they ever play back there again. So, yeah, a great memory for me. And I don't know, maybe one day something can be worked out where they can play another game in Oakland, but for now, it's all about Vegas, right?
Wow. And you could feel the passion. You could feel it. And that doesn't, come on, Captain Jack, you're the OG amongst all of us. And you hear Afakasi say that statement, that sentiment. Talk to us, Captain Jack, about how you felt when he was just saying it.
Well, first off, it's like I had to remember because I was at that game.
We at that game.
Yeah, I was at that game, and I remembered that I said, well, was it the Bengals or was it the Lions? I know that it was one of those games because it wasn't the Jaguars game, which it should have been. That should have been a win.
God,
the Lions game was a Thursday night football game. That was actually a better game to go to, I believe. Was it? No, that was the Chargers. No, my bad.
Yeah, no, I think it was a Sunday game because I remember it was a Sunday game in Oakland. But I remember
Crosby's coming out game. He had 3 sacks.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. And and I saw I saw that game from my club seat in Oakland. I saw the Lions game from the club seat. I saw the game against the Bengals. Actually, I think it was on the other side of the stadium because I sold my 2 club seats to get 1 seat near my friend. But I remember being on the other side of the club for that game. And then for the very last game, like I said, I was down. And Ed Winchell knows this because I think he was there with me that day. It was either Ed or maybe it was Camo. No, sorry, it was Camo Raider. I went down from my club seat to the black hole because Camo said, you need to be down here at this time because this is history. And I was down there in the club seat in that area, in the black hole. And I'm like, I saw when Derek Carr got the first down and got out of bounds. I said, this is the win. But did they call it like that? No, they didn't. And I said, we're going to get fucked. Just like I knew we were going to get fucked on the tuck rule game when I was deployed. And I'm watching the Gardner Minshew of the Jacksonville Jaguars march down the field to that victory, and they threw the touchdown right in front of me. And then the very last play of the game was when Carr threw into the end zone on the other side, and it went off of, I can't remember which receiver it was. It basically went off his helmet. It was like that right there. And if he would have grabbed it, it would have been a fantastic last-second victory. But instead, I watched the Jaguars get the calls, and we left. That's it. The last game in Oakland left as a loser. So, but the like you said, when Afakazi can say the spirit of Oakland, is with us, and it may, like I said, maybe DJ doesn't. Maybe it was he went to Oakland, so he was with Ross Ricks, so he caught that. He caught that spirit, and he moved with it. So all of us are fans here. Okay, with that team, and it's going to be something that we'll all remember. We'll all remember that, and I appreciate having this platform to be with everybody here that is a fan of the Raiders, because we're all brothers and sisters in the nation family, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, and I'll tell you, Cap, like this is what Avokasi. I know you're in Australia. I mean, I lived it, bro. Like coming from the Philippines, right? We just had a people revolution. Football wasn't talked about in the early 80s when I was growing up. In the Philippines, it was all about boxing, basketball, and billiards, right? That was us. And then, of course, we were going through the people revolution. And I came living in Alameda, California at that time, bro. You know how easy it was to be a Raider fan because I'm in it. I'm like right there, Fruitvale, East 14th, right? So it's like, oh, okay, so this is what we do, right? But then I always tell Captain Jack, a guy by the name of Bo Jackson comes on, and then I'm like, I'm hooked, bro. I'm like, oh my God. And then this amazing game on Nintendo called Tecmo Bowl comes on. And then I go, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And as a kid growing up that way and then being there, it was such a dream, right? And at this time, Cap, they're in LA, but I'm in Oakland. I'm I'm Alameda, Oakland. So then to hear they're coming back, right? So I go through my whole high school year, graduate in 94, and then bam, here it is, 95, they're back, bro. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. I can bike to the headquarters. You know what I mean? Like it was just, and then
were you at that game?
What's
were you at that game? Sorry to interrupt. Were you at that game?
Oh, no. Because I'm still, bro. I mean, I'm working hard here at,
okay.
And at the time too, Alpha Kasi, I was really in the trenches of my martial arts dojos, right? But you're gonna like this story, right? So didn't get a chance to go to those games, 95 through 98, and then 1998, I got this dojo in Park Street, right? And working my ranks up. I didn't own I wasn't the main person that owned all the different dojos, but I did run the one that was in Alameda. And Raiders office comes by, you know, because they're always eating at La Piñata or walking by Park Street, and come by, and then they're like, hey, so guys, we need your help, right? And we're hoping you can come to the facility and you can help some of the guys and teach them some of the hand-to-hand fighting. Alpha Kasi, bro, you got to imagine here, all right? Okay, this is 98. John Gruden just got in, right? That's because John Gruden believed that this was going to work because he did it in Green Bay, right? And then, of course, you know, the 49ers had their own martial arts person who, you know, helped them get to the Super Bowl and the whole bit. So anyway, I'm just a kid, bro. Like, this is 98, so I'm fresh out, you know, I'm still just a few years out of high school. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. This is crazy. The people that are the other martial artists, like when you told me, hey, bro, I did martial arts, but I don't really watch boxing. I don't really watch MMA. I'm just like, I get it, because that's how martial artists are. They're devoted into the art, and then they're focused on it. And then that's it. So these guys weren't football fans, bro. I was a Raider fan, man. But martial arts discipline, and you know this, got to be respectful. So I kept my cool, and I didn't really say anything. Walking into that facility, I remember having, at the time, Desmond Howard was with our team. Bro, Desmond Howard pulled me to the side, and we had like a 30-minute conversation, and he's asking me all these different moves. And, you know, Tim Brown was there. I think I only got to work with him for like a few minutes, but there was like, and then I didn't get to do the O-line people, which Captain Jack, I would have loved to work with the O-line, the big boys, right? But I didn't get to do them.
Steve Wisniewski.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it would have been it had just been amazing to do that. But during that time, just to be in the facility, and then the guy sits us down and he's like, hey, so you know, let us know what you're thinking about, because then we're thinking about doing this long term for this first season with John Gruden. And then the guy who, again, is way above me in rank, totally supersedes anything that I say, and he's like, you know, like, okay, well, here's the prices and blah blah blah. And bro, I was sitting there like I wanted to choke that man, like seriously, because I was sitting there going, if it was me and I was in charge, Captain Jack, I'd have said, I will do it for nothing. I will give you every resource you need so we could go win the Super Bowl. And all I ask is that you guys train in the facility, and we train, and we get to come here in and out so we could really train the boys, whatever you want. And I'll do it free forever. I'll sign a contract with you right now. Like, this is amazing. And my life would have totally been different being the Raider or being one of the Raider martial arts teachers, right? Which, as you can see, by the way, everyone, they're doing boxing in Vegas right now. Max Crosby sparring Sean Strickland. Like, it's insane, like full circle. So, but anyways, you know, as you know, Captain Jack, everything happens for a reason. And, you know, onward and forward, I end up being in the professional boxing sports, which, by the way, Captain Jack, you had to have been there for the Filipino Heritage Games, right?
No.
You didn't get to come to the Filipino Heritage Games?
No.
You're killing me, Captain Jack. Your wife's Filipino. Shame on you, Captain.
Well, actually, my wife is Filipina.
Oh, Filipina. That's right.
Because if my wife was Filipino, we'd be having some problems right now.
Just real quick, you were talking about like how they moved back to Oakland. That was one of the games I went back and watched, the return to Oakland game. That was the first game of the 95 season. Man, the Coliseum was rolling. Like, it was a beautiful day. And they beat the Chargers on their return to Oakland.
Tell us about the day, Alpha Kasi. Give it to us. Come on.
I know Captain Jack wants to wrap things up real quick, but like, just real quickly, they opened up with this, you know, it was a bright sunny day, and like the Coliseum was packed, and they were just seeing the scenes of all the fans getting excited, and Buck Wild being the first game, the return back to Oakland. You know, the heart and soul of the Raider Nation. You know what I mean? Like, it was beautiful, and to see them come out with the win, you know, with Hostetler doing his thing, and even you know, Napoleon Kaufman doing his thing, and a few of the other guys, Pat Swilling, like it was a good game to watch, and that's why I liked watching some of those games back in Raider history. So yeah.
That's awesome. And Cap, thank you so much. Hey, Twan, let's go ahead and let's do your closeout, brother.
Oh man, what am I supposed to just let her? What am I supposed to do? Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Just
moderator.
Final thoughts on everything that you want to say, and then let us know where we could follow you, and then we'll get to DJ, and we'll get to Alpha Kasi, and then we'll all get out of here. Go ahead, Twan.
Okay, man, I'm just excited about what we have in regards to the Raider Nation. I think Telesco and Coach Antonio Pierce are building a legit competition all the way up and down the roster, and I think that's what I'm really. I mean, I'm excited about the cornerback room, but I'm just excited about the overall competition as I think about it in my head, and you guys can think about it yourselves. Like, really think about what room doesn't have competition. You know what I'm saying? And the only ones that I can really just think of is pretty much our kickers. And I don't think there really needs to be a competition there, because I think we have probably one of the best special teams rooms, you know what I'm saying, in all of football. So with that being said, you guys, hey, thank you guys for having me on the show. Raider Twan is the channel. Definitely come on over and join the congregation. That's what they call themselves. Definitely come on over and join the congregation over at Raider Twan and talk your Raider gospel over there with me. Those that are content creators, I do work with all content creators. I mean, all content creators. So if you want to hit me up on IG at Twan. Just put Twan together twice, and you'll find my IG. Message me there, and definitely I will be available for whatever you have going on your channel. So I'm always open to talk Raider football.
Twan twice is nice.
Yes.
Now we love you, Twan. TWUAN, everybody. Raider Twan, thank you so much, brother. Good night to you. Love to you. Prayers, safe recovery and health always. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Twan.
DJ, before I let Alpha Kasi go, is Raider Hulk. Got to let everybody give us your final thoughts. And then make sure you tell everybody where to follow you.
Yeah, no worries. No, I'm super excited about the season. Obviously, I think the Raiders are finally getting back to their roots. It was super exciting to watch the huge change last season after they fired the coaching staff and the GM, and to watch AP come in and step in and start doing the things that he was doing. It's actually really interesting to see that even with all that and the success that he had coming in, not even halfway through a season, that nobody's still giving the Raiders any credit. It's fine. I love the underdog role. I like what they're doing. I like the competition that they're creating. So it's gonna shape up for a pretty exciting season. So I'm super excited about that. Afakashi's got me now itching to go back and start rewatching some stuff from previous. So I'll probably start. You kind of got me interested in going back and starting to watch the Return to Oakland season. So I'll probably do that. Start there for now.
1995.
Yeah. So I'll start there. Work my way through. I don't really think I'm going to be excited to go back and rewatch the Jamarcus Russell era, but
it'll be good for you, DJ, to understand the context of what.
Yeah. No, so,
I think that's really important for everyone. It's kind of like when you see a fight as a highlight, and Alpha Kasi said this to me about this is why he doesn't like watching highlights, because for me, I understand that when somebody sees, oh, that guy got knocked the hell out, you have to understand the context of what was happening to get there. Like when David Tua knocked out all right, I don't want to get into it too much anyways, Captain Jack, but David Tua knocked someone out way late in the rounds, and then everybody goes, oh, David Tua destroyed that guy.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He was losing every single round all the way up until that time. And that's the same way. So thank you, Alpha Kasi, for giving DJ that opportunity to do it this way. I wanted to brag about it and speak about it a lot more. And Captain Jack, we really should have Alpha Kasi and you together more, because it's the gap, right? It's pretty cool how when Afakasi speaks, it's like he's telling the story for the first time, and then we're listening to it, and it's like that's kind of cool to listen to someone who's telling the story for the first time. Like they just because you get to see it in his brand new eyes. Like,
yeah, I mean,
oh my God, this Corvette is so nice, and it's like I know we know, but
no,
you were there.
know.
I wasn't.
Yeah,
like
I love
actually watch the
Avakazi
experience.
every time he can come on. You know, it's just that time difference. And then unfortunately, when I keep my shows to 2 hours, and that ain't happening here, but when I keep my shows to 2 hours and his time pops in, and it's like I hate saying, hey, you got about 5 minutes, you know, and then that's enough for my outro and shit. But no, I love Avocado. And if I didn't say fuck it, we're going over 2, you know, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to have Twan on, to have Avocado on, to have Anthony on. You know, hey, we're not going to rebroadcast this show. Oh, fucking well. But, you know, at least that we have a great entertainment value from all the people that were here. And that's fine. And again, I'd have him on and also Wayward Aussie, you know, his other shipmate, you know, because Wayward Aussie is my other Aussie. And it's like, I like to make sure did I finally come on your show one time? I think I did.
I think one time, but look, I don't want to. You know, I know you've got a time to when you want to wrap.
Nah, fuck it. We ain't hitting it. Trust me. I know.
There we go. And I just put up the how you guys can follow DJ Singleton, but he's only on Instagram. So
gotcha.
You guys
I'll
can
find
connect to DJ. You're gonna text me though, right? Because I messaged you my number. So.
Yep.
Don't worry about it. Like I said, blessings to you, sir. Blessings to Angelo. Blessings to DJ. And thank all for that give us, you know, the ones that are of possible ill health, you know, myself and Angelo. Thank you for all that we have there. So again, thank you for being here. Angelo, I'll let you have it. And then
I was just gonna say, Afakasi, was there anything else? Because I'm gonna let you do yours to tell everyone exactly how to follow you and get in the Afakasi train that we all love, right? So go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I should hire you as my hype man, ready to translate. I appreciate it, brother. Look, that's my name down below. I mean, most of you guys already know, and the guys in the chat, you know, if you want to follow me, that's my handle on YouTube, Afakasi Raider. That's AFAKASI Raider. If you struggle with that, you can type in Raiders World Order, and you will find my channel. I'm just another small-time, passionate Raider fan, just trying to find his way through YouTube. I'm growing slowly but surely. But you know, it's about like having a way to commune with my fellow Raider brothers and sisters, because I don't really get much of a chance, if any chance, over here in Australia. So I appreciate you guys. And Raider Transplant, hit me up behind the scenes, and I'll tell you how you can get on the Tecmo scene. We can get a game in on stream sometime. All right?
No, sweet brother. No, that's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. So no, Cap. And thank you, Afakasi. We're definitely all checking you out, man. We love you, bro.
Appreciate you guys. All right, I'll leave you too. All right, take care.
Thank you.
So go ahead, Cap. You know, you tell us final thoughts, because you know, Cap. I mean, for me, man, the only final thought you're gonna get from me, Cap, always is I'm blessed to be alive, blessed to have another day, blessed to be with you guys, and to have this time to talk Raider Nation. I mean, if we would have gotten Stu on, Cap, this would have went on for
this would be the halfway point in a Stu show.
yeah. But you know, but like I told you, the funny thing is every time I talk to Stu, it's more about life than it is about anything else. So
I need to hit Stu up. I did try to, and then like the one time he said that, hey, did you get my message? And I'll need to hit him up as well. So it's all about the fact that we have wonderful people here. And again, I appreciate you coming in, and the fact that you know where to fucking hit the buttons to get
how
all
to do
the
the thing. Cap, you like that, huh?
Yeah,
Here, I'm gonna give you the last single solo.
No, whoa!
I'm here. I just want to make sure I do it this way.
Don't fucking bug out on me, man. Okay, that's it. Don't do that. But again, thank you everybody for being here. I want to again thank all the people that were here. I want to thank Angelo for being that producer that when he is here, he's definitely the producer who know how to run shit. And obviously blessings to DJ and Raider Twan and Avakazi and Anthony Provencia And I know we had people on in the first hour, but I'm getting old. I'm getting old. Oh, we had JT. We had JT, you know, and we had like Jason Dean.
We had Anthony Provencio for a little bit.
Anthony, hey, Paisan, Anthony Provencio. And I hope I didn't forget anybody else. If I do, I'm just going to blame it on being old and tired. But thank you for everybody being here because, again, like I said before, this is not my show. It is not my show. It is our show. This show does not exist unless you participate, come in, do your comments, and leave like you've enjoyed yourself. This is not a forum to see how ugly I look on camera. I can do that anyway. Okay. But this is a forum where we get together as friends and family and discuss things. And that's fun. And that's just the way it is. Angelo, please, sir, go ahead. You, Angelo, with permission of DJ, because we got to sleep pretty soon anyway. You, Angelo, with permission by DJ and myself, you get the last word, sir.
Oh, wow. All right. I will keep it short. I'll keep it short, guys. I'll keep it short. Again, Captain Jack, you know I love you. Thank you for all you do for us in the Raider Nation. And I'm so very excited, DJ, that Captain Jack's basically going to be here for this next half. He's pretty much he should just live in Vegas, but that's all right. That's another story. DJ, when you come, please, and again, as you guys all know, I can't be like with the major crowds. I can't be on the indoors, but however or whenever I can, if we can make it work so that I get a chance. And that goes for everybody. You know that, Cap. Like I said, Big Daddy Jose is coming here. Actually, he's coming here after Father's Day. So I'll get a chance to see him and his lovely wife. And same thing, DJ. I don't know what your trip schedules are like, but whenever you come over, please let me know. Sure. Raider Nation, man, just take your health seriously, please. Take your health seriously. Go get your liver functions. Go get your hepatitis panels checked. And organ donation, as you know, Cap, I always talk about it. I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for that. So I just ask everyone. I'm not forcing you to do it, just asking you to research it. And please consider being an organ donor. And that's it. Other than that, we hope to see you back here soon. Captain Jack Show, Thursday nights, 6 o'clock. I'm sorry, 6 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern time, where Captain Jack resides over there in Florida. I'm home. Yes. And then Sundays, 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern time. Captain Jack will be doing a special show on Wednesday. Captain Jack, can you give us give us all the info on that real quick?
I believe it's definitely going to be Wednesday. It's definitely going to be on this channel. I believe it's going to be 3 Pacific. I believe 3 Pacific, 6 Eastern. But check, just when you know it's coming, and it's going to be myself, Ref Guru, Violator, and did I say this already? Amy Trask. Amy Trask is going to be with us via a phone feed, and she's going to talk. I mean, if you don't know who Amy Trask is, for you young folks, definitely that's somebody that you need to look up. Amy Trask, who was the CEO. I don't know. She wasn't CFO. She was the CEO. She was Al Davis's right-hand lady. Yeah,
she was the first ever, Cap. Like, historically speaking, in the NFL, which is pretty much an all-boys league, Amy Trask broke through the barriers. Yes. As someone who I got a chance to meet her a couple of times because, like I told you, I helped put together the Filipino Heritage Nights over there. But yeah, amazing woman. You guys should definitely get a chance to listen to that. And Cap, for people who don't know about this channel, can you just give it to us, like broadcast Captain Jack? What is the channel that they're going to be tuning into to listen, and how can they listen to you on Wednesday, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, it's the YouTube channel that you see. It's going to be on Facebook. It's going to be on my profile of Facebook. It's going to be probably at the Galleon on Facebook, at the J Captain Jack Levy show channel on Facebook, the Elite Superfans page on Facebook. I'm going to have it on Twitch. So it'll be on the Twitch channel. Maybe, because again, now that it's a restream, not a StreamYard show that will be put out, but it'll definitely be here on YouTube. So go to YouTube on Wednesday. It'll be there. And if I get to the tune in time, I will throw it on at least maybe a Facebook and maybe another channel, depending on how many plugs Guru has left. But be here Wednesday. I'm thinking 3:00 Pacific. I'm thinking 6:00 Eastern. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. And then I will just fucking keep up watching, okay? And start on that time, Wednesday. And normally it's a Thursday show, but we're doing it on Wednesday because that's when Amy was available. And when you have a guest of that caliber says, I can do it this day, you say, yes, ma'am. And you follow through and you have it to her schedule. So Wednesday upcoming.
All excited for it. Thank you, Captain Jack. Thank you, DJ, JD, Singleton, Raider, Hulk on Instagram. Check them out, guys, please. And thank you for everybody's support. I'm going to close it out. Cap, you all right with that? You want to do the R so I can put the music?
Yeah, fuckers. Thank you for watching the show. I know I had to drop another F-bomb before I left, but I say fuckers with a song in my mind, in my heart. I love you. Thank you for watching. You're ours, and thank you for being here. Go ahead and run that outro. Thanks for being here, and come back anytime.